New York. The World Trade Center has been attacked and destroyed. The Pentagon has been attacked but still stands. And for a large portion of this day, the actual location of the President of the United States was not disclosed for security reasons. Here is what we know as we come on the air at 8 o'clock Eastern Time tonight. The President will speak in 1/2 hour, 8:30 p.m. The United States government is on its highest level of alert. That includes all armed forces around the globe. And while the death toll exactly is unknown at this hour and probably will be unknown for some days to come, the first early numbers are trickling in, like upwards of 200 New York City firefighters feared dead and 78 New York City police officers listed as missing. We will take an early look at the events of this day now. Here is NBC News correspondent David Bloom.
The first attack plane, a hijacked American Airlines flight out of Boston, slams into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center at approximately 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time. The explosions and fireballs broadcast live by television helicopters, which then, horrifically, spot the second attack plane, a United Airlines flight hijacked from Boston, taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's South Tower. It's now approximately 9:03 a.m.
Hey, where the hell can I meet you? I'm across the street from the Marriott, man. A second airplane, a 727, just rammed into the building.
Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the two 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling, and in some cases, jumping from the two buildings.
But there were people falling out of the sky.
At 9:29 a.m., President Bush in Florida addresses the nation for the first time.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
But in the nation's capital, just 11 minutes later, 9:40 a.m., a third hijacked plane, an American flight out of Washington Dulles, crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, the plane's wreckage tearing a gaping hole into one side of the building. Federal buildings are evacuated, government leaders taken to secure hideouts. 9:59 a.m., the until now unthinkable, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside, including the rescuers, firefighters and police who'd gone in trying to save lives. Then at 10 a.m., hundreds of miles away in western Pennsylvania, a fourth hijacked plane, a United flight out of Newark, crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. 1/2 hour later, 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In all, 266 people aboard 4 hijacked planes are killed. Untold others in Washington and New York missing and presumed dead. In New York, a defiant Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
The city of New York in the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists.
For the first time in U.S. history, the Federal Aviation Administration closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace until at least noon tomorrow. The U.S. military and American embassies worldwide placed on the highest alert. Navy aircraft carriers and destroyers deployed along the eastern seaboard. The president, now in Louisiana, speaks for a second time.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test.
The president is then taken to the secure Strategic Air Command in Nebraska, meets with his national security team via teleconference before boarding Air Force One to return to Washington. But in New York late this afternoon, a third damaged building, the 40-story World Trade Center number 7, also crashes to the ground. And emergency officials allow the first camera crew from NBC News inside the smoking hulks of the Twin Towers. Ground zero, cars overturned, steel torn apart, glass shards, small fires still burning. The very picture America most feared, the image terrorists most wanted.
And just tonight, long after the attack itself was over, the terrorist action seemed to continue with the collapse of a 40-story building in Lower Manhattan known as World Trade Number 7. NBC News correspondent Ashley Banfield witnessed the collapse while on the air with us. She has been on the scene in Lower Manhattan all day. Ashley, good evening to you.
Hi, Brian. Since we last spoke, I actually found out that since Tower 7 came down, the Marriott also came down just slightly west of it. So if Tower 7 were right behind me, the Marriott would have been just a wee bit over down the street towards the Hudson River. It also came down, but the fire official and police officials who told me that it had long since been evacuated and that there were no casualties. In fact, all of the evacuations of all of the World Trade Towers happened right after that first airplane slammed into the World Trade Tower that set off this whole thing at 8:45 Eastern this morning. I wanted to update you on some of the things that are going on behind me now. Certainly not as active as it has been all day, but there's still a lot of emergency vehicles coming in and out from different cities like we've been seeing. The response has been from all of the different counties, not only that, but other states as well, and different communities. And we've still seen a number of emergency vehicles going in and out. Look behind me, it's pitch black. There's a blackout now for about 30 blocks. I'd say 30 blocks north-south and about 4 blocks west and another 2 blocks east. The officers told me that there is no water, there's no electricity, and anybody who is living in this area has likely now evacuated either by their request or by their by their own volition. I'm also being told that over the police radios from a Brooklyn officer who is attending here, there is looting in Brooklyn. Unfortunately, as is the case, most of the responding officers send the bulk of their crews into the emergency zone, which of course leaves their own areas somewhat unprotected, not completely unprotected, but now there is looting in Brooklyn. It's very unfortunate to report that that's happened as well. I also wanted to let you know that we've seen a number of vehicles going in with priests and with nuns. I just actually spoke to 2 of the priests who'd come out, clerical staff who were on site, either to help people who were wandering in the area, some of the fire crews who had succumbed to exhaustion and heat, needed some talking to, obviously. Some of the scenes that we've been told exist down there, absolutely gruesome, body parts everywhere. The the clergy member who I spoke with earlier told me in no uncertain terms that this is just an unbelievable scene, nothing he's ever seen before, that he would be available as long as he could be, but that the situation was far too unstable at that time for him and another attending doctor to even stay. I just witnessed another priest who is actually an NYPD priest. He had the badge, and I approached him just to the right of me over here and asked him if he could tell me what he had seen, and he just sort of stared at me with blank eyes and said, I just can't speak. It's been the response of a lot of people that we've talked to who have come out of that death zone, the center zone where this all started this morning. Most people pretty despondent. A lot of these people know that their comrades, their colleagues, didn't survive this. One of the more unbelievable stories I heard was from Officer Dominic Hunza, who was standing at this perimeter just up until about 15-20 minutes ago. He's been moved to another perimeter now. Brian, he told me that over his radio earlier today, he was listening as a number of the police officers with whom he works were on the 40th floor screaming for help over the radio of the second World Trade Tower. And then he heard all the transmissions go blank as the tower came down. And so he knows that 40 of them didn't survive that. That was the second tower, and as you said earlier, a lot of the towers have come down since. I was broadcasting live earlier, interviewing a woman with her baby that was evacuating from one of the apartments nearby, and let's just show you what happened during that interview. Tower number 7 came down. Have a look. Please be careful of your baby. Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. Listen. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley! I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right. We're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way. Yeah. Also attending on the scene have been a number of National Guard, Marines, and also military construction personnel who have arrived in the back of Army trucks rolling down West Broadway. I can also tell you that a number of volunteers have come out. Truckloads of water have been dispersed, not only for the crews who are attending to this, but also victims and press and people who have been on this scene for over 12 to 14 hours now. A lot of people are coming together. There are blood signs, requests for blood donors that are posted on a lot of the street signs all around here. And as I mentioned before, again, there is no water, no electricity, and a complete blackout from here about 10 blocks down, and about 2 to 3, maybe 4 blocks towards the west, and another 2 blocks towards the east as well. And as we continue to watch some of these emergency personnel come in, we have not yet seen any evidence of of bodies or of wounded coming through this particular area, but a lot of ambulances have gone back and forth as well. So it's anybody's guess as to whether they've been ferrying people from the scene to triage, Brian.
Ashley Banfield, after a long day in Lower Manhattan, thank you for that. To the south in Washington at the White House, this was supposed to be a pretty average day. The president was on the road, but was due back in the afternoon. Average, that is, right up until the Secret Service came in and got the Vice President and First Lady and took them away to a safe place, and then the building was evacuated. NBC News correspondent Bob Kerr was there for all of it, including the evacuation, and is back now tonight and with us. Bob, good evening to you.
Brian, good evening. We are waiting now for the President of the United States on this tragic and important occasion for him and for the country. To address the nation by TV. That address scheduled to happen in about 20 minutes or so. We have some indication of the president's mood. We've had indications that he was angry about this, sharp about it, and in fact, look at some of the comments he made earlier today in a couple of appearances earlier. He said it's a national tragedy. He called them cowardly acts. He said terrorism against the United States cannot stand. And he had a meeting with his National Security Council, National Security Advisors, earlier today about 3:30, 4 o'clock Eastern Time, this while he was still in Nebraska at an Air Force facility, and this quote was put out. This is what he told his national security advisors at that hour. He said, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation." He said, we will do what it takes. No one will diminish the spirit of this country. Now, the president arrived back here just about 7 o'clock tonight. This was supposed to be a night here on the White House lawn where there was to be a barbecue for members of Congress with the president holding court and hosting. Obviously, that is not to be. The situation, though, is one where the White House thought that it was important that the president come back here, come to the White House, the people's house, not show any fear of returning here and speaking to the nation from here. A very important symbolic sign, obviously, with security measures having been taken. We did have a briefing a little while ago, Brian, by a few cabinet officials who told us some of the efforts that the government is undertaking in the wake of this tragedy. For example, various efforts at search and recovery, teams being sent out by the federal government, crime scenes being established. Get this, I want to get it right. Listen to how many crime scenes, federal crime scenes in New York, D.C., Pittsburgh, Boston, Newark, New Jersey. Thousands of FBI officers were told, converging on those areas, treating them as crime scenes. The other thing is that Secretary of Transportation Norm Mineta was here just a short time ago and said the American public, once it gets back to airports and even railroad stations for that matter, will find new and tighter security measures in place in the next several days or as soon as travel resumes in the nation's transportation system. He said, you know, you always weigh freedom against safety in these cases. Now there are going to be some pretty stringent measures. Obviously, some delays are going to result. The theme, if there is one, Brian, here tonight among the cabinet officials who spoke, is that what today represented, in their view, was an attack on freedom. For example, the freedom to travel. They all say this is something that the country will not tolerate. Of course, they say they're going to try to take appropriate action, and they're vowing, really, to take action against the perpetrators of these deeds. The question, of course, as it has been in the past, is whether they can actually be found and targeted. And that is a question that's going to be asked here in the weeks and perhaps months to come.
And Bob Kerr will come back to the White House for the president's remarks exactly 15 minutes from now. Thank you for that from the briefing room. We are joined now by Bill Richardson, former U.S. Secretary of Energy, former U.S. Ambassador to the UN. He is with us tonight from Washington. Mr. Secretary, you've been watching this like all Americans today. Where are your thoughts tonight?
I'm angry, very sad. This is a tragic day. But at the same time, I think it's important what the president has done. We have to rally around the government. I think the president and his cabinet are doing the right thing, setting a tone of healing, but also that we're going to not be overcome by these terrorists. Normalcy will come back soon. But my thought, Brian, besides tragedy for the victims, and I have a close friend that may be in those towers, is that we have to ensure that this never happens again, and whatever it takes, whether it's beefing up our terrorism capability, our human intelligence, our satellite intelligence, that when we find who the perpetrators are, that we strike hard and fast, and those countries that don't participate in helping us would be part of the problem too. So we need an international effort, but I think the President, now's the time to rally around him and his cabinet. As a country, we need to heal and come together and mourn the loss, but then move forward and take the necessary steps so this never happens again.
There was an extraordinary gathering tonight on the steps of the Capitol. The leadership of the House and Senate, Democrat and Republican, on this night and in the days to come. There are no political parties in Washington. It was followed by singing of God Bless America, and it was the kind of thing that would make Americans proud. What does the President need to say tonight to all Americans, in your view?
Well, I think he has to continue this very positive tone that he has set and the leaders of Congress has set. Number one, that we've got to mourn the loss of those that have left us. Number two, that this should never happen again. And number three, to assure the country that he will take the necessary steps, retaliatory action. I suspect he will talk about a military strike once we find the perpetrators. But I think most importantly, he will set a tone of bringing the country together in this day of perhaps the greatest tragedy that has ever fallen this country. And at the same time, Brian, sending a signal to the world and to the terrorists that America is not going to be cowed, that we're unified, that our government is functioning, our airports, our institutions are functioning, and that this attack on America will not be forgotten.
Is America to blame, the intelligence community, for any of this?
Brian, I don't think this is the time to blame, but I think we have to look at some hard facts. Number one, that this attack, these attacks coordinated, pretty well planned, were not detected. We need to find ways to improve our human intelligence so that we can penetrate those terrorism cells. Why is it that the intercepts may not have picked up some of the activity of many of these people that came into the country and planned many of these ventures? I think we also have to ensure that our terrorism capability within the government, let's check and see and make sure that it isn't too diffused, that it isn't too separated. I think we need a national commission of prominent Americans to find out what happened, to make recommendations on what steps need to be made to ensure that our counterterrorism policy domestically and internationally is working well, is properly coordinated, and that we have the necessary resources to beef up our human intelligence, which seems to have been what we needed most to avoid what happened today.
From Washington tonight, Bill Richardson. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for coming on with us.
Thank you.
As we mentioned, the World Trade Center attacked and destroyed. The Pentagon attacked but still standing. And the weapon of choice here by the terrorists were loaded with fuel, commercial jetliners hijacked, and presumably their commercial pilots replaced in the cockpit. We are joined by NBC News correspondent Robert Hager from Washington tonight on what happened to the 4 hijacked aircraft and how. Bob, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. Well, as you know, there's now a nationwide hold on all commercial flights. That's the first that we've ever had in the history of the U.S. It lasts at least until midday tomorrow, and it could last longer than that. And tonight, Secretary Mineta, the Transportation Secretary, has said that when flights resume, there will be, expect stringent security, no curbside luggage, random checks of identification, and so on. Meanwhile, some are calling for the first details of what may have been going on in cockpits, some chilling details of that we'll tell you about in a moment, but first, the facts.
The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767 with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It too taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center. And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only two ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this.
Meantime, Brian, there's some unconfirmed reports. We spoke about chilling reports of what's been going on in the cockpits, what was at the time. One report from a controller in New Hampshire who says that a pilot in that first flight that was hijacked, the American airliner out of Logan, that the pilot had his finger down on the microphone. It would key it in the open position, and that the controller believes he heard one of the hijackers say in English, "Don't do anything foolish," speaking to the pilot. Then the microphone went dead, and the transponder went off. That's equipment in the cockpit that sends a signal to radar. So what the controllers would have been left with is able to see the blip as it headed down to New York out of its intended route and toward the World Trade Center, but they would not have been able to tell the altitude because that transponder was off. There are also some cell phone calls from relatives on the plane, one from Barbara Olson, the wife of the Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who was on one of the fatal flights. She called her husband twice before the plane went down, and she said the terrorists had knife-like instruments. There was another relative who got off a call on the cell phone that said in that flight they had been herded in back and the pilot was in back with them, so evidently the terrorists had taken over the controls of the aircraft. One day we may know more about all this if the cockpit voice recorders survive those fiery crashes, because they would have an actual audio recording of just what was being overheard and being said in the cockpits. Brian?
Bob, a quick question. Someone said that they chose to hijack 757 757s and 767s because while the planes aren't identical, one's a wide body, one's a single aisle, they are both by Boeing, both twin engine, and have similar flight decks. Learn how to fly one, you can probably fly the other. Any truth to that?
Well, that is true, that they do indeed have very similar flight decks, and so if you were training terrorists from abroad to take over the controls of these planes, and as we've said, it does appear that they did take over the controls, there might be some advantage in choosing those two models. They also, it's been pointed out, chose all flights that were going to the West Coast, because we had 3 bound for Los Angeles and 1 for San Francisco.
Full of fuel.
So that might be an obvious reason, because they'd be fully loaded with fuel and therefore make a much more explosive kind of bomb as they hit their intended targets.
Robert Hager. Bob, thanks for your superb coverage throughout this day today. Howard Fineman of Newsweek magazine and NBC News with us from Washington tonight. Howard, this president, new in his term, has been handed an unspeakable tragedy, perhaps the largest crisis any president, American president, has faced since FDR. Tell us what you know about how this White House has handled this day no one wanted.
Well, they handled it not by coming directly back to Washington, and that created some concern up on Capitol Hill. After the Hill was evacuated, Brian, about 70 senators met in the Capitol Hill police station a few blocks from the White House. From the Capitol. They met at 5 o'clock this afternoon when it wasn't clear that the president was coming back, let alone that he was going to speak to the nation. And my sources tell me that it was an angry, even tumultuous meeting at times, with both Republicans and Democrats saying the country needs to hear from the president. As it turned out, around that time, the president was preparing to leave Omaha to come back here, but it wasn't until a couple of hours ago that we knew for sure that he was going to address the nation. And everyone I talked to here today and around the country, politicians big and small, all said that the #1 priority for the president is to show himself in command and control in the White House, and to reassure the nation, which of course the president is about to do. But for a few hours this afternoon, there were a lot of concerns, both among Republicans and Democrats, about just where he was and what he was going to say.
Luckily, if I'm allowed a moment of unabashed patriotism, this is a great country, and one of the great things about it is the almost uniquely American urge to rally around the chief executive without regard to party when things get rough for this country. And Howard, have you any reason to believe that won't happen this time?
I'm sure that it will, Brian, and that's the point that the senators were making in private. They wanted him to be literally and figuratively the rallying flag, to show himself, to be the leader, to be the commander-in-chief and the symbol of the country, and to do it visibly and to do it quickly. And that, of course, is what the president is going to do. And I've been around here for now a long time, Brian, and I have never seen a sight or heard one quite like the members of Congress spontaneously on the steps of a Capitol breaking out in song in honor of this country. And that's a deep emotional bond. You saw Senator Trent Lott leaning over to embrace the Democrat Barbara Mikulski. You saw the people spontaneously expressing their love of country and their concern and hope and dedication to the country. And that's the kind of wellspring of emotion that the senators meeting privately today wanted the president to tap, and I think he will tap into tonight. But to call this a defining moment both for him and the country is an understatement. But right now the measurements are not of George Bush per se. They're of the presidency and our ability to come together as a country.
It was an incredible moment on the Hill tonight. The leadership, both parties coming together, followed by an impromptu singing of God Bless America. And to our viewers, we will re-rack that tape and have it for you in the hours as our coverage continues here. And Howard Fineman, I know you're going to be available to us, and thank you for coming on, for your contributions. We are coming up to the bottom of the hour here tonight, which means that in about 2 minutes' time, from the Oval Office, President George W. Bush will address the nation. We know a few things about what is planned here tonight. We know he is scheduled to talk for roughly 4 to 5 minutes, and we know that the planning was to focus mostly on what is the real tragedy across this country tonight, and that is the victims, those who were killed, and unspeakable numbers of victims. There is so much we still don't know tonight about things like the death toll. Let us take just a moment here. We're a minute away from the president and show you what happened on Capitol Hill tonight.
And there I look, standing beside her, the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
That is how it happened tonight on Capitol Hill, an impromptu singing after an emotional moment. The president is waiting for the cue in the Oval Office after a long day. Here now, the President of the United States.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President Bush, after an unspeakably horrible day across this country, especially in the metropolitan centers of New York and Washington, where columns of smoke still rise, the president trying to reassure a shaky nation tonight from the Oval Office of the United States with an interesting and pointed comment tonight saying the United States will make no distinction between terrorists who commit these acts and those who harbor them. President choosing his words very carefully. There is no presidential biography or guidebook to guide him. This has never happened to any member of that elite club, any of the men who have served as this nation's chief executive. This is uncharted territory, not only for this president, still in the first year of his term, but for the Americans who were shaken by today's terrorist attacks. We are joined by Chris Matthews, the host of Hardball tonight, and again by Howard Feynman to go over what they just heard and what we have seen here all day long. Chris, again, an unspeakably horrible day. No president ever wants this kind of thing dumped in his lap. This president now has. What next?
Well, it's been compared to Pearl Harbor, and the problem that the president faces is that he doesn't have a clear-cut enemy, as Roosevelt faced after December 7th of 1941, that day of infamy. This time around, they're faceless. He can call them cowards, but they're certainly not cowards, these people who flew those planes into the building, into the Twin Towers. The problem is, where you got to in that language, you go after the people who harbor them as well as the terrorists themselves, but does that bring you into attacking a whole community? For example, the Islamic fundamentalists across the Mideast. Who is your enemy? The people that were cheering today on the West Bank and in Gaza, are they your enemy? Or just the criminals themselves, the ones who did the logistics work, who may have paid the bribes, the ones who came up with the money, are they the enemy? The problem here for this president is, how do you find victory if you can't find the enemy? And if you can't associate, if you can't find the actual enemy, do you go off and just bomb some people who are associated with them, those who harbor them? And then the world will say, you're wagging the dog. You're going after people who may not have committed any criminal act simply because you disagree with their politics. It's a very tough conundrum for this president. It was easier for Roosevelt. He simply had to send the U.S. Navy and the military forces to regain those islands in the Pacific and island hop their way back to the home islands of Japan. This time around, that route is not so clear.
Chris, it was said earlier today that when you get away from the horrific initial sadness, the fact that there are families in New York and Washington and elsewhere with an empty place at the dinner table tonight, when you get over that, the worst part of this is how well it was organized, right. How someone was able to plan this down to the minute under everyone's nose.
And the use of the weaponry, perhaps it's knives, we've heard, that were used to subdue the air stewards and to reach the pilots and to take control of the planes. You know, there's a person missing from our table tonight, and that's Barbara Olson, who's been on our programs, yours and mine, so many times. And she was on one of those planes that was, God, imagine her last moments. It was unbelievable in personal terms. But I think this president has a lot to stand up to. He has to find a mission for the American people. This is not going to be a good detective story for us to find out who the actual people are who did this. I think the American people want a larger role, and I think this president has to find it for them. So far, they're giving blood, and the members of both houses from both parties are singing together. But I think the American people are much more muscular people than that, and they want to know what they should do about this. And they can't go to the recruiting stands. So what do they do? And I think that's another problem for this president. He has to find a way to unleash the American spirit to get these people. And that could be a larger target or a smaller target. But my hunch is, based upon his words tonight, and I think you heard them the way I did, it's going to be a larger target. It's not just going to be the guys who drew up the logistics. It's going to be the people behind them, as the president put it.
That's certainly what I heard. And Howard, as Chris referenced, back in '41, the American anger, you could see it in the lines of young men lining up in Times Square who were elbowing each other out of the way for the honor of signing up first to volunteer to go get them. How will that anger manifest itself this time against a so far unknown enemy?
Well, this is a different world and a different war, Brian, and this is a war of terrorism that's ongoing, that's part of the environment, that's part of our very lives. The question for the president is how to focus it. I think it'll be focused by what our armed forces do. And I was told this evening that several senators have been briefed by high government officials on what they know. And what they know is they feel they have a pretty good idea, not 100%, but a pretty good idea, at least as of 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, as to who the perpetrators are, where they are, and who's harboring them. So I think the way the American people will express their anger and their focus is through the men and women of the military. And I think that's going to happen sooner rather than later. I thought perhaps the president would be more specific tonight, but I think he wants to be 100% sure that he knows the targets that he's facing, and he knows the countries or peoples that are harboring these terrorists. And I think that's the next thing to happen. One other thing I'd like to mention, Brian, I just got a call from Karl Rove, the political advisor and close friend of the president. He says that there were indeed credible security threats and concerns that kept the president out of Washington, D.C. until late this afternoon. But that in fact the president and his entourage had decided by about 1 o'clock, I think Central Time, to begin heading back. Ironically, that meeting I told you about earlier, where the members of the Senate were concerned about the president's whereabouts, was taking place after, according to Rove, the president had decided to return. But I wanted to underline what he said to me, which is that there were indeed what they and security people felt were credible threats against the President of the United States that kept him out of the airspace and the ground here inside the District of Columbia.
That had been our hunch in the late afternoon.
Well, that's the hunch, but he's saying it on the record, right, and I think that's crucial.
Right, it is, and it's also rare for...
That's part of the damage, Brian.
For
part
officials.
of the damage here is the President of the United States was kept from his capital. This may be the first time since James Madison, an American president, has had to make clear of the capital. And it's serious business. I think it's going to hurt the country's self-image to know that its president couldn't come to the White House, couldn't come to Washington. I think it's part of the damage today.
Remember, there was the time in '63 when there was some debate over whether or not to bring LBJ back, and they decided to make a statement by flying back home that night, as George W. Bush did today. As we've been talking, Chris, we've looked at the first tape pictures coming in of the damage at the Pentagon. It's the first up-close view we've gotten today. Chris, how many times today have you kind of stopped yourself after this nonstop coverage and said, my God, they got the Pentagon?
Well, yeah, because you're making the statement in the question, which is this is the most secure target in the country. This is the most difficult to reach spot. And what we've learned today is if you can hijack a plane, you can get anywhere in the States. They could have gone after the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Liberty Bell. They could have gone after the White House. What would have stopped them today? I think that's another question. I think we're going to live in a state which has much less freedom than we had before today. The president said we're fighting for freedom against the enemies of freedom. But the fact is, we've already seen we've lost freedom. You or I can't drive by the White House anymore and wave or honk our horns like we used to do in the old days. The American people don't have that freedom to go to the Capitol. When I first came to Washington, any American, anybody in the world could walk up to their congressman and to their office and say hi without going through any kind of metal detectors or x-rays or anything. Today, it's like going from East and West Berlin. We have lost our freedom because of these terrorists.
Howard Feynman, the American people have such an enormous potential well of goodwill, especially during times like this. They are ready to envelop George W. Bush. They would envelop whoever the chief executive was right now, and I guess the next 24 hours where the feelings of the kind of the frayed nerves of the American people really become crucial.
Well, and I think that's a job that the president has, in addition to commander-in-chief. There's a royal, almost, aspect to being president, a symbolic aspect. The president has to be visible. He has to be willing to be embraced emotionally. He has to be willing to tap into the deep wells of collective emotion that we have in this democracy. That's what Bill Clinton, for all his faults, was very good at, and what he did so well after the Oklahoma City bombing. George Bush is not a man who likes spectacle. He's actually, in many surprising ways, a private man. But he's got to make himself public. He's got to be seen. He's got to be understood. And he's got to be looked at and identified with by the American people. And I think there are people around him, Karl Rove among them, who are telling him just that. A 5-minute, eloquent, short speech, firm in its resolve, with references to God and the Bible, are great. But that's just the beginning of the emotional involvement the president has to have as a leader in what is essentially a new kind of wartime in this country.
Howard Fineman, Chris Matthews, gentlemen, tough night. Thank you very much for coming on. As I mentioned, we've been watching these first close-up views of the Pentagon. These pictures obviously taken earlier today. This fresh video from later this afternoon, that control tower looking item in the foreground actually is. This happened right near the helipad there on that side of the Pentagon. No one thought it was unusual to hear aircraft noise per se on that side of the building, but then to realize it was a passenger jet aircraft of its enormous size, then to realize what had happened was a different thing entirely. Veteran NBC News correspondent John Palmer is there at the Pentagon for us tonight. John, good evening.
Good evening, Brian. Hundreds of firefighters are now in the 11th hour of their battle to try to contain this blaze at the west side of the Pentagon, where the hijacked jetliner crashed into the side of the building at about 9:30 this morning. You could look over my shoulder here and see a couple of fires. Blazes have broken through the roof of the Pentagon. From time to time, for the last 4 or 5 hours, we have seen these flares. The plane hit the outer ring. There are 5 rings at the Pentagon, and it penetrated 3 of those. And Governor Jim Gilmore of Virginia was here just a short time ago. He said that he has been to that spot, and he said it is now penetrated into the 4th ring. So it's very difficult, as you can imagine. It's not just one building. These are separated rings, and the fires have moved into 3 and 4 of those rings. There are 5 altogether. The governor had something very interesting to say, in that when he went over there, he said, I was looking for the pit, for the hole, for the depression in the ground where that American airliner went down. But he said there was no depression in the ground. The plane went right into the side of the building. And he said there was a fire hydrant right in front by the helicopter pad, right where the plane went down. And he said it was still standing, untouched. So the plane never hit the ground on the fly. It went right into the building. And just over to the left, we could see earlier today, you can't see him tonight because it's dark, but there was a tree with all of the leaves and branches sheared off squarely at the top, showing that the plane was coming in quite low at about 1,000 feet, and then it banked and crashed right into the side of the Pentagon there. Most of the people inside the Pentagon were, like many Americans, glued to their television sets, watching the unfolding tragedy there of the World Trade Centers in New York City. And then they heard a crash, a thud, smoke filled the hallways of the Pentagon. A general alarm was sounded, and then everybody fled the building and went out into the parking lots. And the Secretary of Defense himself was in his office, and as he explained earlier tonight, he immediately went to the other side of the Pentagon and indeed took part personally in trying to help some of those people who had been so badly burned. As far as casualties are concerned, the Pentagon is giving no figures tonight whatsoever. The Secretary of Defense, though, did say that the number of casualties is going to be high. The number, he said, will not be a few. And he mentioned, of course, the jetliner with those people aboard had no chance whatsoever. They're trying to wet down the areas now that have been contained. It's terribly hot in there still. They have search dogs, cadaver dogs. Many volunteers and rescue units now are going through the debris, searching, hoping to find somebody alive. But certainly scores have died, scores have been injured here. The building bathed in searchlights tonight, and the search and the rescue will go on throughout the night and well into tomorrow for sure. Brian?
It's a sad night at the Department of Defense and the venerable Pentagon building just over the line in Virginia. And John Palmer, thank you very much for that. She has done an extraordinary job covering this story all during this day from Lower Manhattan. And we are going back to Ashley Banfield now by telephone. I understand she's in an NYPD police cruiser because she's heading into where the central damage is. Ashley, can you hear us?
Yeah, Brian, I'm in the back of one of the NYPD vehicles, and we've just been driving through the inside the perimeter. We've driven to within a block of the demolition site of the second World Trade Tower. There were only 2 stories of rubble that were visible. I don't know how to describe this to you, but If I could say it was like driving through a movie set, that might be the only description that might be fitting at this point. It's pitch black, save for the spotlights that are everywhere. It's completely white. Everything's covered in ash, and there are thousands of emergency response teams milling about, fire, police, EMT from every state that's in the near vicinity and every county. It's really just sort of a frightening and a ghoulish sight seeing them. We saw a number of them sort of sitting down trying to get rest. I witnessed about 10 firefighters going back into the periphery after they'd only had an hour respite. They said that they'd had a chance to cool down, to eat, and that they were going back and that it would be a long night. We've also seen about 60 dump trucks all lined up, ready to cart away debris, and about 24 semis as well are going to help in carting away a lot of this debris as well. The emergency level is so severe that even the police vehicle we're in, which is clearly marked, was turned away from getting any closer than a block and a half from the actual, ground zero site. But I would like to say this, that the intelligence department of the NYPD is now feverishly searching for any video that any tourist might have been taking pre-explosion, pre-air disaster, pre-any of this. They want faces. They want people who are in the area of the World Trade Towers. They want anything that was shot before 9 o'clock Eastern, before all of this happened, and for obvious reasons. Their investigation is now going to move towards the people who are in the area, the faces, hopefully in effort to identify who might have been involved in this. And if there's anybody who's listening to this report, I'm in the back of the cruiser now, they're asking please to call the NYPD. And there's actually a number. It's 212-577-TIPS. 212-577-TIPS. If anyone shot any video pre-explosions, pre-disaster, anything from 7:30 this morning on, any tourists who might have been in the area. I also want to just let you know that there are a number of mounted patrols who are on location as well. They're trying to do crowd control, although crowds have mostly dispersed now. But that scene that I just went through in the back of this cruiser is like nothing I've ever seen before. Everything's blanketed in white ash. Every vehicle is blanketed in white ash. And it seems like mayhem, and I don't know if it's controlled mayhem or not, but it is clearly still an emergency. All of the fires seem to be put out. But as I said, I'm right in the middle of that, and pitch dark except for the glow of some of the firefighters who were walking by. They're clearly exhausted. Many of them had sort of collapsed on location where they were working and had to be doused with water. The heat was just intense from the reports that were coming into us from Ground Zero. Obviously, many of them were working with the understanding that they've lost hundreds and maybe thousands of their colleagues in these disasters. I know that an officer I spoke with earlier heard on his radio while he was doing crowd control from the 40th floor of Tower 2, his fellow officers calling for help, screaming for help as the tower came down, and he knew that none of them had survived. And so many of them are despondent and trying very hard to do the jobs that they're sent here to do, knowing full well that several hundred of their friends and colleagues are dead and are lying in the tomb, which they're in right now. There are dogs on the scene as well, obviously. As far as bodies are concerned, pretty tough guess as to what they've been able to find at this point. I know from some of the on-site reports from officers who I've spoken with, it was absolutely grisly. There were body parts, there were arms, there were legs, there were heads strewn all about that site. But probably some of the most work will come tomorrow in daylight. And those bulldozers that we've been seeing, the construction vehicles that have been pouring into this site, will start the work of trying to remove that rubble. If I can just explain again, the view out of this cruiser at Ground Zero of Tower 2, which is the north tower of the World Trade Center, it was only 2 stories high, and it was just of metal and debris. There was nothing left except for a mound of debris, and it was only 2 stories of it. It's just absolutely remarkable what that was diminished to, those 2 towers.
And Ashley, tonight we should tell you the updated numbers. 200 New York City firefighters feared dead. 78 New York City police officers missing, listed only as missing. There are a lot of anxious families that contain a New York City police officer or a firefighter. A day of just superb and emotional coverage for our own Ashley Banfield today, who is now driving out of the center of the damaged district in Lower Manhattan. Also in Lower Manhattan, St. Vincent's Hospital, Greenwich Village, was a scene of much of the activity. Triage, as they call assessing the wounded, the drive to get blood donations. NBC News Chief Science Correspondent Robert Bazell has been on station there for a good deal of time. Bob, good evening to you. What can you report?
Well, Brian, right now the number of casualties at this hospital, which is the closest trauma center to the World Trade Center, stands at more than 300. And of those, about 50 are in critical condition, and significantly, following up on what you were talking with Ashley, more than 45 of those injured are firefighters or police officers or emergency workers of other kinds. That proportion is held out throughout the day. That number, there's another maybe 200 or 300 people at Bellevue Hospital across the town. And the triage that has been taking place down in a few miles south of me in the World Trade Center area, in the Battery Park City and in other parts of the nearby the World Trade Center. So we haven't seen dead bodies coming up here. When I came here first thing this morning, some of the ambulances were bringing in people who had expired in the ambulance. Since then, they set up triage centers. The dead are being kept in a morgue, which I understand is near the Staten Island Ferry Terminal. The most critically injured are then brought up. The thing about the numbers is 300 here, 200 at another hospital, 100 here and there. They add up, as far as we can tell, to somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 injured right now. That's not a lot. There's still a lot of people who are either dead or buried in that rubble. As you can see behind me, there's hundreds of doctors and nurses from St. Vincent's Hospital who are standing outside waiting for each ambulance to come in. One does come in every few minutes, but everybody thinks that this process of waiting for injured survivors is going to go on for many days to come. Brian?
Bob, they have to still be very, very gingerly around the wreckage. It is still settling. They can still hear people inside the wreckage, and that is just going to be the most painful part of this. The next 24 to maybe 72 hours become so crucial.
Absolutely. And even now, when the people who are brought in, it's not one kind of injury. There's smoke inhalation. Mm-hmm. There's an enormous number of severe burns from the blast. A lot of people who have multiple fractures from the debris. So they've had a call at this hospital. They needed more burn specialists and plastic surgeons. People responded. Everybody on the hospital staff here who even heard about the incident came here within minutes, and they've been lined up all day doing a terrific job. This happens to be a Catholic hospital. The Cardinal Egan was here giving last rites and giving his blessings to people. So this has been a center of a lot of activity, which doesn't show any signs of abating.
Robert Bazell in Lower Manhattan for us today, the scene of so much of this activity, and it's important to repeat that maybe for a 30-block area down there, just normal apartment life in New York City tonight is impossible. There are no utilities for the most part for a huge swath of the city. No power. Steam is out to a lot of businesses. There, in some cases, is no water. Gas has been shut off. There was a huge threat of a major gas leak there earlier today. Part of the city of New York is paralyzed, in plain English, tonight, ripped apart earlier today with this terrorist attack, and the World Trade Center is gone from the skyline tonight. As we come up now, it is 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are coming off this awful day in American history. We have the very latest for you now. The president, speaking just a half hour ago from the Oval Office, says justice will be done, but some would say, most notably in his remarks, quote, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who commit these acts and those who harbor them," was the president sending a pointed, specific message tonight. The president also warned that the death toll will be, as many Americans feared, in the thousands. Just in New York, there's a fear that 200 firefighters are gone. In fact, entire companies of firefighters may be gone. And the president says the government, for the most part, will be open and ready for business tomorrow. While trading will not happen on Wall Street, the president says some emergency staffs are coming to work tonight and that most federal services will be up and running tomorrow. We thought we would show you what today looked like and sounded like from the earliest reports of trouble.
There's another one. I'm taking a look. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Went straight into one of the Twin Towers. It disintegrated instantly. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen.
It straightened itself out and dove to the other side and crashed right in. An explosion was so terrific it looked like it had dynamite in it.
This is what is coming over our radio. Get out of the area. The second tower is coming down.
They tell you the second tower is coming?
Yes, it's about to collapse.
I got fellow officers that might be trapped. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
There were people falling out of the sky. We were trying to get people away when the second collapse occurred, and I dove under a truck. So I don't know how I'm here.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this.
After the first tower collapse, we were back in there trying to bring people out. We knew the second one was about to come down, but we were lifting one person, and when it came down, we all just ran for our lives.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling. We all headed south, and you could feel the wind hitting in the back. Because as the debris hit.
Couldn't see, everything was totally black. We were just walking, hoping to find daylight. It was just unbelievable. I never seen anything like it in my life.
I'm just thinking about the firemen I see going up the stairs behind me and look at half of this building. I don't know.
It was a hideous scene. There were comparisons to Mount St. Helens in every area but the death toll, which is growing steadily tonight. No one even hazarding a guess about a number. And there you see Lower Manhattan tonight, missing a landmark, a monument of sorts to some. The Twin Towers are gone. They are down. The light you see, floodlights helping with the rescue effort. Most of the fires, we're told, have been put out, but the plume of smoke continues from the barely extinguished blazes and from the dust of the construction that came down earlier today. As I mentioned, we heard from the president tonight 33 minutes ago in the Oval Office. Mr. Bush, after a long day, there were stretches today when we did not know for sure where the president was, and that's exactly the way the White House wanted it for security reasons. Bob Kerr at the White House tonight watched along with us as the president addressed the nation. Bob, good evening.
Brian, you said it yourself earlier that this is a challenge, would be a challenge to any president. This, of course, a relatively new president, less than a year in office. The president, we're told, was able to watch some of those horrible pictures you just showed as he flew today, first from Florida to a military facility in Louisiana, and then from the military facility in Louisiana on to Nebraska. We weren't sure whether the president was going to come back here to deliver his speech to the nation at the White House tonight, but the president and his aides thought it would be a very important symbol for him to return here, and so ultimately that is what was decided. The president in his remarks talked about it being an attack on the very essence of freedom in this country. Let's hear a little bit of what he said earlier.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
The president, in his remarks, went on to say, Brian, as you have pointed out, in a very sharp comment, he said, we will make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them. But we did have a briefing just before the president went on the air from his spokesperson, Ari Fleischer. And Ari Fleischer said that this is not a night to talk about targets and the perpetrators of these deeds. There is information here and within the government about that. They didn't want to get into it tonight. Another question was raised. Someone said to Ari Fleischer, look, a lot of people in this country are very, very angry. What about the president? What can you tell us about his mood? Ari Fleischer said, the president all day. Very even keel, but a steely demeanor is how Ari Fleischer put it. A steely demeanor, resolute. Did not use the word anger, but he said that he had very tough words in private for those who committed these deeds. Brian, back to you.
All right, Bob Kerr from the White House tonight. Thank you. We should point out that it was Howard Feynman who reported on our air this evening a call he received from Karl Rove, one of the president's senior men, who went ahead and disclosed the president was under numerous threats today, and that is the reason that he was kept from Washington for quite some time. For a time there, the American people saw Karen Hughes telling them that government was up and running and trying to calm people while the president was out at an Air Force base in the Midwest. Then the decision was made, which pleased a lot of senators on the Hill, Republicans among them, to bring the president back and that he would talk to the American people tonight, as he did. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell covering this story along with us all day long, with us tonight from our Washington bureau. Andrea, good evening to you.
Good evening. Tonight, as you know, U.S. officials are mobilizing worldwide the huge intelligence network, trying to find the culprits of this dastardly act and also trying to make sure that the terrorists do not strike again. An attack on America coordinated with military precision. 4 planes, split-second timing, penetration of airports and airspace, no warning.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
The first question tonight, is it over? The terrible answer, despite billions spent on U.S. intelligence, the nation's top experts do not know where or when terrorists will strike next.
The problem is that they are hard to penetrate. They are located in places that we're very hard-pressed to get any kind of information out of. And as hard as our agencies have tried, they've had some success. You don't hear about that. We only hear about the failure.
Who could have done this? Before today, the worst failure, the attack on 2 U.S. embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Again, perfectly timed, no warning, 224 dead. The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden also involved, U.S. officials say, in helping the man convicted of bombing the World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, 9 years ago, by protecting Youssef before and after that attack. Last winter, CIA Director George Tenet told Congress that bin Laden is capable of multiple attacks with little or no warning.
Osama bin Laden and his global network of lieutenants and associates remain the most immediate and serious threat.
Bin Laden's alleged millennium plots planned attacks on 3 tourist areas in Jordan frequented by Americans, on Los Angeles International Airport, and on a U.S. destroyer in Yemen, all foiled. But 6 months later, terrorists do strike successfully, ram another destroyer, the USS Cole, killing 17. In June, bin Laden brags on this home video of killing U.S. sailors, a remarkable tape made to recruit more terrorists against America. And just 3 weeks ago, a warning to a London newspaper, allegedly from bin Laden's group, that he was targeting America again.
I think it is a dilemma for the United States now. I believe the only thing is, to revise their policies, to look at what's happening. Why, for example, the anti-American sentiment is very high in the Middle East and in the Muslim world.
How could this happen? Only from a massive intelligence failure. But in this case, at least there will be some evidence.
The good news is that
hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in, they will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names.
If the U.S. cracks the case, how will it retaliate? Current and former officials say massively, but carefully.
If we're going to act, we need to be able to convince the world that we were justified in our actions. We had that evidence during the African embassy bombings, and I think it's critical that the intelligence community now begin to develop that with respect to these attacks.
Now, today, the Taliban leaders of Afghanistan denied that bin Laden, forgive me, Brian, I've had a bad cold. We've been talking a lot today, but they denied that bin Laden had anything at all to do with this. But you heard George Bush say tonight that they will make no distinction between those responsible for the attack and those who harbor them. And that is the clear message to the Taliban. It's a message that was delivered to them within the last couple of weeks by U.S. officials, that they will be retaliated against if they can pin an attack like this on bin Laden. And so if the evidence is developed, that's exactly what's going to happen. And we are told that at least some members of the Senate have been briefed on intelligence intercepts, electronic intercepts, by members of bin Laden's group, acknowledging that targets have been hit after the fact, and that one of the members of his group was apparently or possibly on one of the 4 doomed airliners. So there are leads tonight.
And Andrea, I heard somebody say earlier, think of all the hearings on the Hill on intelligence and all the blacked out items and all the budgets where no one can know what the money's being spent on. Think of all the people who've been forced to show a money clip at the airport X-ray machines. And today in this country, we had 4 commercial jetliners hijacked and all aboard, presumably dead tonight. It's incredible.
Brian, it is incredible, and that's why the suspicion immediately was on bin Laden, because of his ability to have pulled off, according to all of the evidence in the court case, pulled off the simultaneous attacks on the 2 embassies in Africa in 1998. That kind of coordination requires money and planning, and he is one of the few people around the world, one of the few independent operators believed capable of that. This is not likely state-sponsored terrorism, according to most officials. It is more likely to be someone like bin Laden, one of these freelance operators who have networks and connections with other terror groups around the world.
Very interesting. Andrea Mitchell, thank you for your day's reporting from the Washington Bureau on this horrible day across this country. To talk more on this subject matter, we're joined tonight by Larry Johnson, former Deputy Director of the State Department's Office of Counterterrorism, obviously an expert in this field. He is with us from Washington tonight. Larry, good evening to you. Thank you for coming in.
Good evening, Brian.
I heard another gentleman earlier this evening, an expert on arms control, security, terrorism, say that it was his belief that this could very well be state-sponsored terrorism because of precision aspects of it. Things like timing and how much thinking through they did. The notion of using a commercial aircraft as, in effect, a flying bomb. Who was going to get nervous, for example, with Washington National Airport so nearby to see a jet near the Pentagon? Happens every day.
Right. Well, I was at National, actually, when the plane went into the Pentagon, so I had sort of a front row seat for it. Look, I understand that there is intelligence information that was available within the previous months, indicating that Osama bin Laden's people were receiving flight training in aviation operations.
You're kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Where'd that come from?
I can't go into that.
They receive flight training. So, for example, if the theory is true that they chose deliberately 757s and 767s, even though they're vastly different aircraft, they have the same manufacturer and almost the same flight deck. It is said kind of loosely that if you can fly one, it's not too much of a challenge to fly the other. So, so with that as their premise, they went out, sought and received flight training. And how many did that not ring alarms throughout the system?
No, because understandably, it'd be one thing if it said they're taking flight training because they're going to fly into the World Trade Center. You get these bits and pieces, and putting the puzzle together is very difficult. But On the issue of state sponsorship, we do already have a state sponsor for bin Laden. It's called Afghanistan. They are they're like the Marriott guest inns for terrorism right now. They allow him to stay there. They claim that they have control over him. And I think President Bush was sending a very clear message. This is not just a reflexive, let's make bin Laden the enemy of the day. The fact of the matter is we already have evidence from trial. It's not alleged, it's proven that he was involved with the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Africa. With that said, we don't have any other terrorist group in the world that's been calling for killing Americans other than bin Laden. Second point, you look back over the last 20 years, there are 2 individuals that have killed 80% of all Americans that have died in international terrorism before today. One of those individuals, Imad Mughniya, security chief of Hezbollah. The other individual, Osama bin Laden. Those 2 individuals were meeting in 1993. That evidence also came out in the bombing trial. So, I think what we're looking at here is this is not speculation. The targets are very real. The targets are very specific in terms of who is causing these problems. And I think that's what President Bush intends to address.
This was such a sad day in this country. Americans found out that this really hurts. This is a dangerous game. We've now seen how these guys play. Given that we don't allow state-sponsored assassination, how do we play back?
Well, I think we need to wake up and figure out which game we're in. We are like people that want to kill rats, but we don't want to go into the sewers. We want to stay out of the sewers. We don't want to get dirty. We want to be antiseptically clean. But unfortunately, our intelligence apparatus has been set up to collect information against a traditional state, in that case, the Soviet Union. Penetrating these groups is not like going in and penetrating a monastery and recruiting Mother Teresa to work for us. Consequently, and again, this is not to pin blame on the intelligence community, but I have many friends and I talk to associates that the operation has become so bureaucratized, so hampered in part by political correctness, that it is an ineffective institution right now. And this isn't the first instance where we've been caught unawares. Every major terrorist incident going back into the mid-1980s has occurred without advanced warning. And one of the problems is it has not really been the ultimate intelligence priority to go after and penetrate these groups.
Larry Johnson, thank you very much for being with us tonight. We are going to bring up another expert in this field, a man who approaches this from several different angles. He has been a pilot, he has been a United States Senator, and spends a good deal of his modern adult life thinking about these issues. Warren Rudman is with us by telephone. Senator, good evening to you.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, sir. First of all, I'm just curious, having watched this along with us, such a sad day across this country, how you must feel about this tonight.
Well, I, of course, share everyone's sadness and shock, but I must tell you that when I heard about it this morning, when I was in a cab going to work, the cab driver had the radio on, and the first thing that occurred to me was, my God, we forecast this for the past several years, and our Commission on National Security, I'm sad to say, forecasted almost precisely.
Remind for our viewers, how, in what form, when?
3.5 years ago, President Clinton commissioned a national security study to look at U.S. security in the 21st century. And just shortening this up for you, Brian, the bottom line is that after, with an incredible group of experts, people whose names are known throughout the country, we came to the conclusion that the greatest threat to America was terrorism, state-sponsored and non-state-sponsored, against the American homeland. And we strongly recommended, and this was this March of this year, that the entire system of dealing with both prevention and response had to be changed.
No one, I'm guessing no one anticipated that they would use commercial airliners full of fuel for transatlantic trips as flying bombs, and no one anticipated that they would actually really go after the Pentagon with an airliner.
Well, let me say that if you read the report, we talked about two things. We talked about weapons of mass destruction, meaning chemical, biological, and nuclear. We also talked about weapons of mass disruption, we didn't define them. But the fact is that any instrumentality carrying a lot of fuel, being a truck,
that's right,
a ship, or an airplane, falls into that category. And so the fact that these people are able to come up with these ideas, I mean, hell, they've been written about in American novels, as you well know.
Right. Now, our last guest, in terms of retaliation, just said, we got to decide what game we're in. Where do you come down on that?
Well, I agree with a lot of what he said. I would only say that I think we have to have some caution. I mean, we surely we don't need a standard of proof that you'd have in a criminal court, but you certainly want some pretty solid evidence as to who's involved here. Certainly, bin Laden is a prime suspect, but let me point out, there are other organizations that are well-financed, that U.S. intelligence is aware of, and there's also the possibility of state-sponsored terrorism. We've got people like Saddam Hussein and a few others that don't like us very much. So you've got to be pretty careful before you define who you're going to retaliate against. And then, of course, when you decide, then I agree with the President completely in what he said tonight.
Warren Rudman, thank you very much for joining us by telephone tonight after this long day.
Thank you, Brian.
We have another distinguished guest who's been kind enough to wait for us to get to him. General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, retired, commander, of course, the Persian Gulf War. General, good evening. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Brian.
I know with millions of other Americans, you have been watching what unfolded in New York and Washington today, and given your substantial amount of experience in the national security field, I'm curious for your thoughts this evening.
Well, you know, the first thought is that it's a terrible attack. It was obviously an attack that was directly aimed at innocent women and children and civilians. It wasn't a military attack at all, and that's the first and most disconcerting thing about the whole thing. Frankly, you know, we've been talked about a lot about what we did in Iraq by people who don't like us. In Iraq, we went to extraordinary measures to try and avoid killing innocent women and children, even to the point of endangering our own pilots more. And these bastards today deliberately went after innocent civilians. And like I say, that makes the difference between them and us.
And that's where all the comparisons to Pearl Harbor fall apart. In addition to the fact that we knew instantly who the enemy was back then, that was military to military. It didn't make it any better that those were our men in white uniforms that they were killing December 7th of 1941. But the people who were killed today came in all sizes, shapes, colors, and ages.
Yeah, it's just a terrible, terrible. I mean, it was a targeting of civilians. I mean, that's it, men, women, children. It mattered not what. It was a sheer act of terror and murder in the first degree. The thing that bothers me about it is that we might even get to the point where we can distinctly identify the organization that did it, and still it's going to be very hard to find them. Terrorist organizations are well concealed. And oftentimes, the most difficult part of all is not identifying them, but then finding out where they are at that time so you can do something about it.
Now, General, you have intimate knowledge that if this turns out to be the groups we've been discussing all day and tonight, these are professional bad guys. They do bad things. For a lot of Americans, they are just now tonight realizing just how rough a crowd this is. When it comes to retaliation, and I'm going to repeat once again the sentence that stuck out of what the President said tonight, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. That's kind of a foreshadowing of what might happen here. When it comes to retaliation, what would your recommendation be?
Well, let me first of all say I was delighted that the President said that. We just can't have nations out there that harbor these type of people, who support them financially and logistically, and then turn around and say, well, it's not our problem when they go off and do some horrendous act. They've got to take their share of the blame. Terrorists can't support without an operating base, logistic support base. I would venture to speculate that in this country, right at this instant, there's a group of people that in fact gave the necessary support to these terrorists who committed the acts today that they committed. And so you have to go at them at every level. Terrorists are bad guys, but let me tell you what, we've got some good guys, some really good guys in our military that can be really badasses if they have to be, and are perfectly capable of handling anything the terrorists could deal to them. As I say, you have to build support for that sort of thing. In the Gulf War, right after Saddam Hussein attacked and the Saudis gave us permission to come over there, Flying squads were sent out by the president all over the Gulf, trying to line up support and make sure we had a solid coalition. And I would venture to say that exactly the same thing is going to happen to build the coalition that's necessary to take on this type threat.
General, let me ask you a final question about your opinion as an American, as a guy who grew up across the river from New York in New Jersey. Today I saw people stop their cars and get out and stare at this plume, and the fact that the World Trade Center is gone, in plain English. It's not there. It's not visible anymore. They have really affected this country. In this New York metropolitan area tonight, there is palpable sadness. There are families who are on pins and needles because loved ones are missing. And how did that strike you today?
Well, you know, I've flown into New York City many times in the last year, and of course one of the things you see immediately are the Twin Towers. It was just sort of, it was fun to see them over there, and the thought of flying back in there and having them gone is just something that's unimaginable. I would also tell you that I think about the Pentagon. I was in the Pentagon 3 different tours of duty. I know exactly where that plane went in. You know, coincidentally, right across the highway on the other side was Arlington National Cemetery, where an awful lot of our military people are laid to rest. And we still don't know how many people have been killed in the Pentagon. I don't know how many of them were my friends. So it's a combination of both of those things that just makes this a time of great sorrow, but I've got to confess, great rage also.
Understood. Everybody, I think, understands those emotions tonight. General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, thank you very much for coming on with us this evening. As we mentioned, this has affected everyone here in the New York area. Every vista that features New York in the distance is now no longer the same. And every New Yorker who was in the city today has a different story to tell. That would include our own NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson, who was nearby the World Trade Center when the first plane hit.
A direct hit that shattered New York City's confidence.
Well, as soon as the first building collapsed, everybody made a mad dash to just take cover.
And everybody just started running. I just happened to duck running through the post office.
As soon as we got out of the train station, people were screaming and crying and yelling, and it was just total chaos. And the bottom of our building was blown out.
For me, Ground Zero, Fulton and Broadway, about 2 blocks from the World Trade Center, just as the South Tower crumbled.
Hollywood could never imagine something like this. A tidal wave of smoke and debris came roaring down Broadway. I was standing at the corner of Fulton and Broadway. I ran into a building, ran between a column and a building at 195 Broadway, and pushed my face and my body into that building. For what seemed like 5 minutes, I was pelted with all kinds of debris. I crouched down, was coughing, trying to breathe. You couldn't get any air. The air was so full of smoke and dust. When it finally settled, I stood up. My glasses were covered with dust. Hours later, I'm still covered with dust. The building that I was in front of, 195 Broadway, the doors were gated shut. They opened the doors, let us in, and inside we were finally able to breathe. It wasn't easy. My eyes were filled with dust. My mouth was filled with dust. I was choking. The people I was with were choking. It was just absolutely horrific. All I could think of was, this is war.
I just heard the rumble, and then I ran like hell, and there was a large wind coming.
Down here, panic. Survivors flee by whatever means they can, fearing more destruction at any moment.
At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandelier shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
Everyone, please clear the corner.
Palpable fear as people run through the streets, choking on dust and debris.
You gotta chase it. Come on, let's go, let's go.
We saw the building come down. We all ran, and the walkway held up to save like 40 or 50 of us that were right there. We were buried there, and then cops shot out windows in the next building. It was the only thing that was in front of us was like these 1-inch windows.
The streets of the financial district covered with debris, in some cases ankle deep. Cars on fire, cars just turned by the force of the explosions. It was like something no one had ever seen. Panic, like smoke, heads uptown. Officials ordering precautionary evacuations of some of New York City's landmarks.
This is an orderly evacuation of 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
On the street, anxious commuters trying to call home, cell phone service dead. At Grand Central Station, travelers desperate to get out of the city.
It's gonna take a long time, but you're gonna see Mama and Papa today, okay?
Outside the station, a surreal scene. People buying postcards of the Twin Towers that no longer exist. As the day wears on, witnesses who survived the attack now face a new horror, searching for missing friends and co-workers.
We can't account for all of our employees. We're just in a state of shock.
The biggest, busiest city in the world, the attack revives fears of the 1993 bombing. Suddenly, nowhere in the financial district seems safe.
Did you ever think this could happen again?
No, I really didn't. I lived through the first one.
After a tragedy so great, tonight a city comes together, searching for safety and comfort.
And a lot of Americans left sad and angry tonight. And at 9:31, here are the headlines at this hour after this sad and tragic day up and down the East Coast and across this country. Bin Laden, prime suspect, that is according to several senior government sources tonight, and a full investigative effort is underway. National Security Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation. There are others assisting as well. The big story in this metropolitan area tonight is that Lower Manhattan is still paralyzed. No utilities to about a 30-square block area by one report earlier tonight. No power, no water. Life will return to normal after a good long time in the city of New York, and in some areas where the Twin Towers once stood, the rescue effort has not even gotten underway because of the heat. The fires were just extinguished. It is still a mass of twisted metal. Not mentioned much during the day, the medical personnel who answered the call. Yes, all firefighters and police officers were called off. All time off was canceled. All leaves were canceled. But every doctor and nurse available in the New York metropolitan area answered the call today. NBC News correspondent Dan Abrams is in Lower Manhattan tonight with one of them. Dan, good evening.
Well, hi there, Brian. I'm joined by Dr. Philippe Rigaud, who has been literally at ground zero in front of the World Trade Center, helping to treat various victims and, as you pointed out, literally corpses. Tell me what you've been doing.
Basically waiting for anyone to treat. There hasn't been that many people. A lot of firefighters with eye problems, respiratory, so we've been managing those, but I've only seen like maybe 3 bodies, if that. You know, nothing really. They're still trying to clear the place out to dig out any possible survivors.
So you've literally been right in front of the building?
Yeah, right in front of the building.
And what is happening right now? I mean, what are people like you doing literally in front of what was
waiting to treat someone, something. You know, right now they're just putting out, there's still fires going on there. They're trying to clean up everything so we can get inside, the firefighters can get inside and bring possible survivors out. It's just a big mess down there. Rubble strewn everywhere, smoke. I'm wearing a mask, everyone's wearing masks. It's just like a big mess. I expect they should be in the buildings digging people out any moment now.
Do you get any sense that there's a rescue effort going on there? I mean, I spoke with one firefighter who said this has really turned into a recovery effort, not a rescue effort. What's the sense you get?
Well, the general sentiment amongst everyone there is just dig out what we can. Basically, they're just going to try to dig out what they can. It's like I was at another triage area and we were waiting to help people, and they said, well, was there to help? There are probably no survivors anyway. It's just like, basically, I guess the triage team is just set up to treat any firefighters who get hurt now or any policemen that get hurt now. But in terms of, you know, actual victims in the building, I doubt it.
And the people who you've been treating, you were saying about respiratory issues, some eye issues, what kind of, who are those
like
people?
Soot in the eyes and, you know, breathing problem, you know, just breathe in the soot, you know, the debris. There's like stuff flying everywhere. It's like dust circulating everywhere. It's just like a big mess down there right now.
Are there a lot of doctors who are literally waiting there for them to
All kinds of doctors down there. Social workers, psychologists, anybody who works at the hospital is down there right now trying to do something.
All right, Dr. Philip Rigaud, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. So, Brian, that's certainly the account of one doctor who has been spending a lot of time down there. And I can tell you from this vantage point right here, you can see actually behind me all these sanitation trucks literally lined up here. And actually, the line continues back beyond where our camera position is. This has been the street. Literally, this is the road to the site, the road we're on right now. There have been lines of ambulances, lines of fire trucks waiting to go. They line up and then they proceed onto the building. You can see now these sanitation trucks with major devices in the front to move debris heading out to the site. But you know, Brian, one of the things that's most striking about being right here is this is the spot where people like Dr. Rigaud and others emerge from the scene. I'm literally about a half mile from where the Twin Towers used to be. And you see these firefighters coming out of the scene, literally covered in soot. Their faces so clearly despondent about everything that they have just seen. And one firefighter said to me, look, all we're doing in there is pouring water onto rubble. He said, as I pointed out to Dr. Rigaud, this is not a recovery, this is not a rescue effort, this is a recovery effort. A lot of very despondent people, not surprisingly, emerging from the site behind me. Brian?
Dan Abrams in Lower Manhattan, thank you for that reporting, Dan. And from Washington, we are joined tonight by our bureau chief there, the moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. And Tim, let's take tonight in chronological order. First of all, on an evening when there are no party distinctions, an extraordinary gathering on the steps of the Capitol, the Democrat and Republican leadership, House and Senate, followed by a kind of spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Tim, what went into this?
What a difference 24 hours can make, Brian. The rancor and partisanship over something which seems so trivial now, the so-called Social Security lockbox, really has given way to a sense of national unity that I have not seen in Washington in a long, long time. Democrats and Republicans stripped off their party labels and became true Americans tonight, saying, we support the President of the United States. We have to bring these terrorists to justice. And they were extremely enthusiastic when the President said, anyone who harbors these terrorists will pay the price, as if they, in fact, had committed the act of terrorism. However, there's also a harsh reality. Earlier, we talked about returning to normal. We're going to have to return to normal over a long, long period of time by probably redefining normal, because our lives have changed forever, Brian. That's the sense in Washington and talking to a whole lot of people in all the various communities. They believe that security will be much tighter. They'll believe that our innocence of getting on an airplane and looking over the landscape of Washington has changed. They believe our children will live in a much more tightly scrutinized and more armed environment than ever before. And they believe that Americans will be at risk around the world like never before. Things have changed today for a long, long time to come.
And Tim, you put your finger on it. The bottom line, at the end of the day, we're all parents here, a lot of us, and it's just such a sad day in America. Washington, New York, and points west.
I remember vividly in 1963, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 62, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and on our knees praying for peace. And I explained this all to my son over the years and again today. But he kept pointing out to me, Dad, at Pearl Harbor, we knew it was the Japanese. The Cuban Missile Crisis, we knew it was the Soviets. We don't know who this is, but we really have to find out. He was angry. He really was angry. He wanted to pay back, as well as obviously share the remorse with all the victims and their families that he was witnessing. This is something that we're going to have to go through a catharsis in this country. We have been attacked. We have been, in a way, like never in our history. More Americans will die today, certainly in the last century, perhaps since the Civil War. It is an overwhelming, numbing experience.
And Tim, as you and I discussed, what was it, 7, 8 hours ago, when was the last time the president's location and destination on board Air Force One was undisclosed?
I do not remember. And White House aides insist that the president was taking every precaution. They did not know if there was going to be a second wave of terrorism. That's why the leaderships of Congress were put into a safe house, the First Lady and the President of the United States.
An incredible risk that this country is not used to. You brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. There was the Kennedy assassination. There was World War II. It's a pretty short list.
It really is, Brian. And you look back upon all those various circumstances, we had a common enemy that we could unite around and against. This one's a little different. We have to be a little careful. But people I've spoken to over the last several hours are getting more and more confident that by looking at airline records, by having access to intercepts, by actually having the bodies of perhaps some of the people who were on that plane, they are going to be able relatively quickly to make some real judgments as to who is behind this. Then comes the hard part. How do you find them? How do you pay them back? How do you get them? And the president started tonight by putting on notice any country that's harboring them, look out. I have never seen such passionate resolve here in Washington amongst liberals, conservatives, Republicans, Democrats. They understand we were attacked today as a nation, our principles, our values, our way of life, and someone is going to pay the price.
And there's a side missing from the Pentagon, and parts of Manhattan look like the surface of the moon tonight because of this. And Tim Russert, thank you for summing it all up for us tonight. Our Washington Bureau Chief Moderator of Meet the Press, Tim Russert. Howard Feynman also with us tonight. And Howard, you supplied a crucial bit of reporting earlier this evening having to do with something Americans who were watching live coverage, and that's just about everybody who was home, witnessed. There was a point in the afternoon where the most senior official who was kind of giving the remarks that traditionally calm the nation, government's up and functioning, everything's okay, was not an elected official at all. It was Counselor to the President, Karen Hughes. You want to get that or put it on hold? It explains a lot that you were told tonight that it was because the President was under threat and they felt they couldn't bring him out, couldn't fly with him, didn't want to come back to the city of Washington necessarily right then.
Brian, it's a chilling story. And I'm trying to get the minute by minute on it right now. By the way, right now there's a National Security Council meeting going on over at the White House. The President spoke, convened that meeting, and they're going over their options even as we speak, is my understanding. But earlier today, there were, in the words of top White House officials, serious, credible threats against the President of the United States that caused the Secret Service to argue very forcefully and for many hours successfully that the President needed to be in the air under air cover from F-16s and F-15s as the safest place to be. That is a very chilling and in many ways a very sad turn of events, Brian, when the President of the United States has to be on the run in the air because of what the Secret Service said were serious, credible threats. My understanding is that the President himself very soon decided that he'd had enough of that and wanted to get back to Washington. But there were meetings, secure meetings that had to be conducted. The nearest possible place to do it was in Omaha, and that's why they ended up in Omaha. And the President didn't get back here till almost 7 o'clock this evening. My understanding is didn't speak to his wife, Laura Bush, who was quickly secured along with the daughters. He didn't talk to Laura until about, I think, about 5 o'clock Eastern Time. This was a day of near chaos in America, but one that I think is ending with a sense of control and focus that the President gave in his 5-minute address. But it was one heck of a day going from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska to the White House, which is where he is at this very minute.
And Howard, I'm thinking of what the President had dumped on him today, what he was dealing with aloft on the phone through faxes. Was there, I wonder, was there thought of giving Cheney a public role in Washington?
Well, the President said many times whenever he appeared in public, Brian, that he had spoken repeatedly, regularly, I think was the word he used, with the Vice President. That's a measure of the respect that both he and the country have for the Vice President, who has lots of experience, especially in this kind of military and diplomatic situation. So he was on the phone constantly with the Vice President. with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, talking constantly with Condi Rice, talking with his advisors on the plane. Yes, this was dumped in his lap, but we pay the president to have the most unimaginable circumstances dumped in their lap.
Right.
He is, after all, the commander-in-chief and leader of the free world.
A man who wanted the job, and boy, tonight does he have the job. Howard Feynman of Newsweek Magazine, NBC News, go ahead and return that call. Thank you for, for coming on again. Around the country tonight, the simple motto is, nobody moves. The FAA has a term for what's happening tonight. It's called a ground stop. It's a polite term for no takeoffs or landings. Commercial air travel is frozen in this country. It's never happened in the history of the United States. That is not the only manifestation of what happened here on the East Coast today, as NBC News national correspondent Jim Avila reports.
The nation's landmarks, America's gathering spots, today abandoned as potential terrorist targets, from the Seattle Space Needle and LA City Hall in the west, to Disney World in the southeast, to the world's biggest shopping mall, the Mall of America in Minneapolis, closed. And of course, at the country's tallest building, Sears Tower, and Michigan Avenue in the Midwest, the symbols of American life frozen in fear.
It's scary. Your family's away from home, your kids at school, so it's very scary.
America hunkered down. Chicago's financial district virtually empty. Every sworn police officer in the third largest city ordered to the streets. The nation's workforce turning around and heading home. Larry Hudson works at the Sears Tower.
And I got to the elevator and I said, hey, what am I going up for?
Kelly and David McLean split up to go to work this morning and quickly decided home in front of the television set was the safest spot today.
Now this nation has turned, I mean, it's turned upside down. Emotionally, perhaps financially, who knows? It's absolutely, it's one of those moments that you can't believe you actually saw played out.
At America's 5,000 airports, total shutdown.
Ground stop for all airports until 1 o'clock. That means that no airplanes will be leaving any of the airports in the United States.
An estimated 200,000 passengers stranded. At O'Hare, world's busiest, a line of jets held on the runway for hours. No open gates, but surprisingly few complaints.
Being upset about missing my plane, that's trivial compared to people that were on the plane and in the buildings.
Military planes like this one in San Francisco escorting the last of the commercial jetliners safely to the ground. But a crippled air travel system is more than inconvenience. Aviation expert Mike Boyd.
Air transportation is part of our communication system. Today, it's shut down entirely. People aren't moving A to B. Goods aren't moving. Mail isn't moving. And because of that, we're probably going to have a tens of billions of dollar hit on our economy for this quarter.
Phone service strangled too. America's largest cell phone network, with cell towers atop the World Trade Center destroyed, reports call volume nationally doubled.
We can't compare today's events to anything that we've experienced before. We've withstood earthquakes, hurricanes, significant floods, but nothing like today's event.
Right here. In Chicago, 800 miles from the attacks, Karen Davis frustrated in her attempt to work at home.
I could not get a signal on my way home, and then I couldn't get a signal on my home phone when I got here. Just really frustrating not to be able to get in contact with anybody.
Among the events canceled tonight, Major League Baseball postponing games from coast to coast. NBC's Tonight Show called off. And the Emmys, scheduled for Sunday, canceled too.
We all could see the gravity of the situation and realize this is a true national nightmare come true, and that a celebration and a comedy show would just not be something that would be appropriate for this country this weekend.
We cannot let it happen again.
Most of the nation's schools stayed open through the tragic day, students watching terrorism on their own shores for the first time.
And I just was asking myself over and over why they did this.
Teachers trying to make sense of it.
There are other places in the world where this is commonplace, and for us it's a first.
At this hospital in suburban Chicago, Americans responding by lining up to donate blood. Midday church services more crowded than normal.
I guess I'm just looking for a peace in my heart and for peace in other people's hearts and from all the destruction.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
SMU in Dallas, older students sing the national anthem at an outdoor rally, mixing tears and patriotism. Experts say Americans should expect a jump in the national anxiety level.
They may be irritable, they may be really very acutely aware of their environment around them and any kind of threats to them.
And there is another awful part of this story tonight. Sometimes these things happen in a crisis. Gas price gouging. Dateline New York, Associated Press. Anxious consumers in various parts of the country lined up for an hour or more to fuel up on gasoline costing as much as $5 a gallon, amid fears supplies would be disrupted following Tuesday's terrorist attacks. And no reason to believe supplies will be disrupted, in fact, but travel sure has been. And along those lines, we are joined by the Today Show travel editor, Peter Greenberg. Peter, it is incredible, and I don't know how to first approach this conversation. Let's start with the security angle. All of the things people are stopped for at X-ray every day, and then somehow 4 men have hijacked and crashed 4 commercial jets.
You're right, Brian. Security is definitely on the table now. It's going to be the big issue because it's the question that has to be asked. How did this happen? How did they penetrate security to get on the plane with whatever weapons they had? And what the FBI is looking at right now is not an external threat. It may be one that's internal. They're checking the records of the people who cater the planes and also the cleaners, because if you look very carefully at the planes and the flight numbers that the people picked, let's take a look at that. They picked transcon flights that were the first flights of the day out of their respective airports. That means that those planes overnighted at those airports last night. Who had access to those planes between 5 and 9 hours last night? The cleaning crews. So you can bet that the FBI right now is looking very closely at the subcontractors who are hired to clean the planes and who works for them. And the question that then has to be asked is, did they have to pass a security clearance? And that's a question that right now has not yet been answered.
Also, Peter, another way this is so sick is the use of commercial aircraft as flying bombs. You mentioned these are all transcontinental flights. That means they are loaded with tens of thousands of pounds worth of fuel. That means that when a commercial flight flies through the city of New York or near the Pentagon, which is adjacent to National Airport, it's not the same, it's not as menacing as the sight of, say, a military aircraft.
That's right. If you take a look at the approach patterns of both LaGuardia and Kennedy, especially LaGuardia, it comes right up the East River, right past the World Trade Towers. At Washington National or Reagan National, every pilot taking off is required to make an immediate right turn. And you know why, Brian, because if they don't, they're flying directly at the White House. So we may see the FAA issue some very new rules about exactly what now constitutes basically an approvable approach now.
Peter, tonight, travelers across the country have very little choice. Amid all this sadness, there's the very real issue people are dealing with, and that is they are just held in place, this FAA term, a ground stop. A first in the nation's history.
It is the first, and by the way, I should caution everybody that the FAA announced when they did this that they would be reviewing this at noon tomorrow. They didn't necessarily say they were going to release it at noon tomorrow, and even if they did, remember, airlines operate because they have airplanes where they need to have them. They're not there tonight. A lot of planes were diverted to airports that some of these airlines don't even fly to. They've got to get those planes back. So it may take 2 to 3 to 4 days, even if they, release the hold tomorrow, for everybody to get back on track.
Peter, it's, again, amid this sadness, I feel I have to issue that caveat with each question, because that is the story in chief that we're dealing with. But we should talk about this coming when the nation can scarcely afford any further negative economic impact. What will this do to the national economy? I just read that item about gasoline price gouging. That's pretty disgusting. What will this do, this stoppage of transportation?
Well, it's interesting. It's somewhat ironic in a way. It was quite thankful, and when you think about it, that all 4 of those planes today were less than half full. It was a statement of our economy to begin with. So it could even get worse. We're going to have to wait and see, because as one of your guests already said, this nation depends on our air traffic system. It's our economy. It's our communication system. So to a certain extent, we've got to get back up and running.
All of the pilots, you name it, you name an aspect of the flying business, everyone is idle. Shipping, goods, services. How about overnight shipping, something people have now come to depend on as a public utility?
That's right. When you ground all commercial flights, that includes UPS and FedEx. So I would hesitate to think that the FAA would keep this ground hold for much longer. The economic impact is too great. But what I will say is we're going to see the nature of security when it comes to air travel change forever. You may remember, Brian, that in 1991, during the Gulf War, they started a new perimeter security situation at most airports where you could only get to the airport if you were a ticketed passenger. No more meeters and greeters. That was just to get to the airport, let alone the terminal.
And that will now change. Peter Greenberg, thank you very much for coming on, as always. Let's go right now to the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, his second live press briefing of the day.
We'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it, is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all of the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow, the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that. Yeah, the point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. You know, we have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are still alive and well?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There is still unsound
Mayor
structure.
Giuliani in the city of New York tonight, crippled as you watch our continuing live NBC News coverage of this attack today on targets in and the people of the United States.
Today, we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
I was in the building because I was driving a friend. So I'm worried for her safety.
The World Trade Center is no more.
Our coverage continues tonight. There you see Lower Manhattan, absent the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. The side streets lit only by the searchlights assisting in the search and rescue operation tonight. The dust, the plume of smoke and debris still visible in the skies over Lower Manhattan. Here is the very latest. Thousands are feared dead in today's attacks. The destruction of the World Trade Center, the attack on the Pentagon. 266 people were aboard the aircraft alone that were down today. Death toll too high to calculate so far. Doctors are still needed in the city of New York. An all call has gone out. Phone numbers have been posted. Local news will be carrying them tonight for all physicians, health professionals, nurses who are available. The president tonight said not only will justice be done, quote, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. It's that one sentence in his 5 or so minute speech that has received so much of the attention tonight. And as we learned and warned throughout the day as our live coverage continued, people were girding those who were not immediately worried about loved ones in these attacks, girding for perhaps prominent Americans who were on either the aircraft or killed in the Trade Center or on the ground at the Pentagon. The NBC television community saddened this evening with word from the Associated Press that among the passengers on American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to LAX, was David Angle, age 54, Pasadena, California, executive producer of NBC's hit series Frasier. Also, we learned earlier today that television legal commentator Barbara Olson was on the American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. Neither flight, of course, arrived at the destination. Both were used in this attack today. Barbara Olson also is the wife of Ted Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. She became certainly well known during the impeachment fracas in this country and was a frequent guest on our evening newscast and other networks. So many people across this country on this wrenchingly sad day dealing with their own family and personal tragedies tonight. The scene where so much of it is unraveling is in Lower Manhattan. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson was there, not far from where the initial plane came into the first tower, and is with us tonight with one of the rescue workers. Ann?
Brian, I am here with Sergeant Ralph Lowe. Normally he works narcotics. Tonight he is working rescue. Sergeant Lowe, you've spent the last 11 hours back there, down there. Within 15 minutes you just walked out. Can you tell us what's going down, what's happening at the scene?
Right now they're just coordinating the rescue effort. They're trying to get all the people, whoever's still left alive out there.
Are they finding anyone alive?
Yes, they just, as far as I know, they just found a couple of police officers unconscious at the base of what used to be the towers.
What about the dead? I understand they've set up a temporary morgue down there.
Yes, down at Vesey and West Street, they have a temporary morgue, and they're, reclaiming as many bodies as they can out on the perimeter.
Talking to some of the people who've come out tonight, they said one of the problems has been is that the fires continue to burn and they've had trouble trying to get in there to do any kind of rescue effort. What have you seen? Do they have those fires under control now?
I think now the fire department has them under control or out at this time, but it's still red hot, and that's hampering the rescue effort.
Is it organized down there? Is it a sense of chaos? Because I understand that there have been a lot of firefighters lost tonight, so the losses are it's not only the magnitude, but they're also personal.
Yes, everybody's deeply upset. It's a horrific thing. But we were down earlier, down with the firemen, down at the scene when the building 7 collapsed, and you know, they're just trying to, you know, pour water on it and put it out from a distance. But now they're trying to get in there and see if anybody's left alive in the rubble.
Mm-hmm. Your thoughts as you walked out tonight?
I tell you, I don't even know what to say. Just pray for the families, and there's thousands of people dead. It's horrific.
Sergeant Ralph Lowe, thank you very much. You've been very patient. Thank you. Brian, throughout the night, we have seen ambulances from as far away as Passaic County, New Jersey, fire trucks and ambulances from Norwalk, Connecticut, from the far reaches of Long Island come down here to try to go in there and to try to do any kind of rescue effort. Throughout the night, we have also seen trucks with lights, big lights, to light up the area so they can continue to work through the night. We've also seen busloads of more New York firefighters go through, but they have suffered a tremendous loss tonight. As you know, one estimate, 200 firefighters died today, 200 firefighters from New York City. One of them, their fire chaplain, a Franciscan priest who worked in the area, who presided over many funerals of firefighters killed in action. Now his fellow priests are considering tonight how they will lay him to rest. Brian?
Ann Thompson, thank you. Much of that apparatus appears like it's coming off the surface of the moon. It is an incredible backdrop there in Lower Manhattan tonight. Ann was there throughout the day. We mentioned she was in the area for the initial crash, as was our good friend and CNBC anchor Ron Insana, who was interviewed today immediately following the blast and stayed with the story. And Ron, let's begin with that and your story before we get anywhere near the actual business of the markets, which you usually cover. And we'll start with that. How are you, buddy?
Well, fortunately, I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking, Brian. It was a harrowing experience. I was actually en route to the Trade Center after having learned about the planes flying into the two buildings. I was at a business breakfast in Midtown Manhattan, and I got down there, I would say, probably in the neighborhood of 9:30 or so. Actually met up with an MSNBC cameraman on the street, and we were attempting to work our way from the east side of the World Trade Center to the west side, where we knew some colleagues and trucks and correspondents would be stationed. And as we moved toward the building, and I suspect we were within, I would imagine, 1.5 to 2 blocks of the Trade Center to the east and 1 or 2 blocks south, we looked up and the big building began to blow out from the top. And we turned and ran as the debris began falling, Brian. And John, the cameraman from NBC, who went straight down the street. I made a right, hoping that this cloud that was following us down the street would be stopped by the buildings that would be adjacent to me. That was not the case. It was a scene out of Independence Day where these huge black clouds filled the streets until the air around me was totally black. I ducked behind a car, and as the debris continued to fall, reached up to see if the car was unlocked. It was, and I got in. I could not see outside the car for several minutes as small amounts of light began to work through the blackness. I made it into a building that was in front of the car, where there were a couple of policemen and some others who either worked there or were taking refuge there. And we eventually made our way to a police truck and began the trek back to Midtown Manhattan.
And Ron, you became one of the many stories walking around the city. And unlike most people who had cell phones that were useless, were looking for a phone, at least your wife, Melinda, could see you on television to know you were okay. A lot of people didn't have that luxury.
I did manage to get a hold of her on the telephone as I was working my way up Midtown. Once I got out of the police truck at about 34th Street and 2nd Avenue, there was a moment where I was able to make a successful phone call. Now, my family back in Los Angeles learned of my predicament after 3 hours of wondering as I got on the set with Tom Brokaw and Matt Lauer and Katie Couric. Fortunately, they realized I was all right, despite the concern over my appearance at the time, where I was covered completely in debris.
You and everybody else down in Lower Manhattan. Now, Ron, let's talk about the business side. Markets closed tomorrow. Banks open. Things like ATMs, infrastructure, everything else up and running?
As far as we know, I mean, certainly in the surrounding area, that is not the case. what was hit today, and we talked about this earlier, Tim Russert was talking about how this attack was designed to have maximum impact, both in terms of the political consequences and in terms of loss of life, which is the greatest tragedy of all. It was also designed to have an immense financial impact, at least in the short run. The World Trade Center is in many ways the nerve center of the financial community in Lower Manhattan. There are brokerage firms, Morgan Stanley, the biggest tenant in the two buildings. There are other smaller brokerage firms. There was one exchange which trades gold and silver, traded gold and silver, also housed there. And so many other Wall Street processes are taken care of in the World Trade Center and also in 7 World Trade Center, where, of course, some regulatory staff were housed as well. Those people mercifully are safe, but the building is gone. So the question about how trades settle and are cleared, questions about financial transactions and the wiring of money are still open. The U.S. government is suggesting that the settlement process or the mechanics of the market will work fine. The Federal Reserve saying it will provide enough money to keep the system stable. All that being said, today, we should point out, though, overseas markets are down rather hard, Brian. At one time, the Nikkei in Japan was down in excess of 6%, falling below the level of the Dow this evening for the first time since 1957. So we see at the moment about 6% losses throughout Asia, from Shanghai to Tokyo to Sydney, Australia.
And Ron, as we're going to look at some videotape of your travails earlier today, I have to ask you, there must be concern about members of the financial community that people may know are missing. I mean, our family knows of 2 people who haven't checked in, and there's great worry tonight if you're a New Yorker and have any ties at all to folks who work down there.
Absolutely, Brian. And you know, all of us at CNBC, I mean, first off, you know, extend our heartfelt sympathies to the victims' families. We know that we've lost friends. We just don't know who. It is impossible to ascertain that information right now. These are 2 buildings that housed upwards of 20,000 people at well-known firms, like I said, Morgan Stanley, Cantor Fitzgerald. Lehman Brothers had 2 floors of the World Trade Center. We all know folks who work in all those institutions, and as I said, we don't know what the damage is, who the fatalities are, but it is for an environment that we've become so accustomed to seeing day in and day out, to driving by the World Trade Center, it is unthinkable that area, which has become an integral part of my life, is no longer there.
And Ron, we're glad you're okay.
Thank you.
On this side of it, and thank you very much for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Brian.
So much of this conversation today has centered around what happened, what broke down in the security blanket that surrounds or is supposed to surround air travel in this country. What happened that led to the hijacking of 4 commercial aircraft, saying nothing of the crash of all of them, their use as flying bombs loaded with fuel prior to transcontinental flights, using all those lives on board as kind of flying human weapons. We've invited Mary Schiavo on tonight, former Inspector General of the Department of Transportation. She's been with us many times before, author of Flying Blind, Flying Safe, and a frequent critic of safety guidelines in the flying business. And Mary, simple question, how could this have happened?
Well, actually, the way that it probably happened and how could have it happened has been laid out many times in the past decade of history. The inadequacies have been warned to the government. When I was Inspector General, we did 2 major investigations. It has been repeated since then, and these weaknesses were known, but it was considered to be an acceptable risk to the government. The government believed it would be too expensive to close these loopholes, and because there had not previously been a domestic terrorist attack on aviation facilities, they considered the risk very low. So they knew about the risk and they accepted the risk, and it was a very, very grievous error.
How does life change in this country now, Mary? And I'm thinking specifically of, let's pick a holiday, the millions of Americans who are going to have their next flight over the Thanksgiving break.
Well, flight in America has to change because, remember, for 10 years we treated domestic flights very differently from international flights on the false assumption that they were not at risk. That was not true. There were many, many warnings to the government. So now we're going to have to treat domestic flights like international flights, meaning that everyone will have to be more closely screened. But more importantly, no longer will we just look at passengers as terrorists or potential criminal threats. Now it's more likely the passengers will be looking at the airport and airline personnel and other passengers and people within the airport as a threat. So we will expect full field background investigations of all people working in secure positions. We will expect to know who our screeners are. In many cases, not only they're not citizens, they can be foreign guest workers, etc. We'll want to know who's doing our screening and who works at the airport. And by the way, it does not have to shut down the system. We will have to make a major investment, though, to keep the system working.
Every day, just to live in this country, we take on a certain amount of risk. It's often said that once you finish your drive to work, the most dangerous part of your day is over, and it's nothing compared to the chances of being killed in air travel. What's the chance that Americans decide they're only going to put up with so many inconveniences to travel by air, and that they decide how much is too much?
Well, this event has changed probably everyone's mind. 4 flights, you know, on a nice clear day, seemingly not really at random, but it could have been anyone. I think this is America's line in the sand. We have tolerated so much from our government, really, you know, complacency, saying it's not a threat, and now it's here, and this will be the event that requires that. I'm not saying it will be cheap, and it certainly won't be easy, but we literally will have to have full screening of all airport personnel and very close scrutiny, because I've actually heard people say, and it's just outrageous, and they don't belong in any leadership positions, but they have actually said that, well, you know, we can't defend against this kind of attack. We have to, literally, in bringing down aviation. They have brought down the ability of the country to do business. Witness, the only thing we could do, because we have no idea of the threat out there, is to shut our aviation system. We can't do business that way, so we must fix it, and those that say we can't don't belong in government.
Mary Schiavo, thank you for coming on with us tonight, being with us for your opinions following this disastrous day for air travel in this country. We are trying to, as news organizations, exercise caution and show some judgment. After all, perhaps you remember the initial hours after the Oklahoma City bombing, when some news organizations all but blamed Arab groups, only to find out they were horribly wrong. But we have learned from senior American officials speaking on background that at the top of the list of suspects in today's attacks on U.S. targets is Osama bin Laden, the world's best-known Islamic extremist. And on almost everyone's list for likely suspect, that one name keeps appearing over and over. NBC News correspondent Keith Miller has more from London.
Osama bin Laden was last seen publicly this January at his son's wedding in Afghanistan. Rare pictures of a man who reportedly travels only at night, often in disguise, surrounded by bodyguards. He made his reputation in the 1980s, fighting the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan.
He was involved in some horrific battles, which he said later gave him a sort of tranquility and a sense of peace. And it basically made him a pretty fearless guy.
Today, the Central Intelligence Agency calls him the most immediate and serious threat to U.S. security. Bin Laden says the jihad against the United States and killing of Americans is the core of his faith. He was born into a family of wealth, power, and privilege in Saudi Arabia 44 years ago. It was during his days as a student studying economics that he turned to radical Islam. He is linked to a series of global terrorist attacks. February 1993, the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York, 6 dead, more than 1,000 injured. August 7, 1998, the simultaneous U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, more than 200 killed. And last year, the suicide bomb attack on the USS Cole, resulting in the death of 17 American servicemen.
He alone, probably within the Islamic world, has amassed and developed a terrorist network, an international network, which would be capable of carrying out such an atrocity.
After the embassy bombing, the American government retaliated with missile strikes. The missiles damaged bin Laden's headquarters in Afghanistan, but he escaped unharmed. The U.S. has demanded that the radical Islamic government in Afghanistan hand bin Laden over to American authorities. But the Afghans have refused, despite bin Laden's declaration that all U.S. citizens are legitimate targets.
He's targeted the US because he sees America as a head of the snake, as he calls it. The body of the snake is the corrupt governments in the Middle East that he has promised to overthrow, and also Israel.
Meanwhile, his popularity in the region is reportedly increasing. Recently, an estimated 25,000 followers scattered around the world and prepared to engage in a holy war against America.
Keith Miller with that late report filed out of London for us tonight. As we continue to talk about what is ahead of investigators, there is a report tonight out of New York that there are signs of life in the rubble. That is, of course, what everyone has to join together and hope for, everyone who has been through this tragic and horrifically sad day of attacks in 2 different cities using a total of 4 hijacked commercial aircraft as almost flying bombs. Our next guest, Rick Hahn, was among the lead FBI investigators at 2 separate incidents that changed this country forever, Oklahoma City and the first World Trade Center bombing. Mr. Hahn, welcome. Good evening to you. It's been theorized that perhaps this investigation, because it's so, the plot was so elaborate, timed out, involving so many aircraft, perhaps that'll make it easier to find footprints of who's behind it. Do you concur with that?
I certainly do, Brian. I think that that's the fact that it was as complex as it was would indicate that a great number of people were involved, obviously, besides the individuals on board the aircraft. Those people had to communicate with the people that harbored them, the people that got them into the country, that coordinated the access to the aircraft. And all that communication hopefully will have been captured by our intelligence sources and lead us to the perpetrators of this grotesque act.
In each of the cases where an aircraft went down, all the crashes are horrible, and they ended up in a ball of flames. We're going to assume that the black boxes, as they seem to in most cases, survived. Won't they alone give us some evidence, cockpit voices, orders being called out, that kind of thing?
Well, we certainly hope so. Obviously, some of the people that were involved in these things were familiar with the aircraft. However, there's no way for the perpetrators to turn off those cockpit or data recorders. In addition to that, of course, you're going to have the records from the airport itself, the ticket sales, and who actually boarded the aircraft.
We had a travel expert on earlier who theorized these were all, we seem to know that they were all transcontinental flights. That means they were all loaded with fuel. He said, notably, they were all the first flights of the day on their routes, which meant to him that they all overnighted at the airport of origin. None of these flights was a quick turnaround from any other city. That further meant to him that perhaps cleaning, catering people, ground personnel should be given a special look.
Absolutely. That obviously getting the weapons that were described in a little bit of intelligence that we do have on board the aircraft could easily have been gotten on, and more easily, certainly, by someone that had access to that aircraft during the night.
I know this emotion isn't supposed to come into the investigating game. You've got a country of Americans today that is walking around understandably very angry. And we've said several times today, in World War II, people dealt with their anger by signing up to go fight. Everybody did. This case is different. How do you think it'll manifest itself?
Well, the anger, unfortunately, I think will go on for quite some time, in part because the process of bringing the bodies out of the World Trade Center debris is going to take probably weeks. That anger will hopefully be prevailed over by cooler heads. As somebody pointed out, Oklahoma City initially was thought to be an act by foreign government, perhaps, or foreign terrorists, when in fact it was homegrown domestic terrorism. It's just something that our country is going to have to work through. I think that it'll also perhaps galvanize us to resolve to solve these problems in a measured kind of a way.
I guess hearing you say it's the first time I've reflected all day that it might indeed, and of course it makes sense that it could perhaps take weeks. to get those bodies out, and that's going to be a horrible, horrible process for Americans to kind of know is going on the whole time. That's rough.
And it will be. Probably on the good side of that is that unlike a car bomb or a truck bomb like Oklahoma City or the prior event at the World Trade Center, we probably will not be so concerned with physical evidence as we were in those processes because we pretty much know what the bomb was. It was the aircraft itself. That gives the search and rescue people a lot more latitude to be able to process the scene for search and rescue without having to consider the law enforcement forensic aspects of things.
Rick, the selection of targets, the Pentagon. Someone earlier today called it the ultimate in-your-face target. Well, I suppose, God forbid, the White House or the Capitol would have been more of one, but they did strike at the center of the Department of Defense. Not only that, they flew a commercial airliner into it. The World Trade Center, the target they couldn't destroy before, that was kind of rubbed in terrorist noses during the trial. Both were hit today, one of them destroyed. What do you make of the target selection here?
Oh, clearly sending a message that they're out to destroy America. Regardless of who the terrorists are here, the message was that we will hit you at your at the symbols of America. Also, the fact that the plane that went down in Pittsburgh was somewhere near Camp David, I find kind of an anachronism. I think that I've never seen a picture of Camp David from the air, so I doubt that that was really the target there.
Right. Someone said that if you look at the Flight Explorer software of that flight path and kind of take it to its logical conclusion, that it's easy to believe that it was kind of the fourth and final leg that it was meant to be, and especially since it was a big jet, it was meant to be the jet that destroyed a coveted landmark in Washington.
Right. I think that's probably accurate.
I want to thank you for coming on tonight after this long day. Rick Hahn, former FBI official and investigator on so many of the crises the FBI has been forced into investigating over the years. Thank you very much for joining us from Los Angeles.
You're welcome, Brian. If I could add one comment, and
yes,
that
sir.
is that with all the comparisons to Japan or the Pearl Harbor event, I think that the perpetrators of this event will find, as the Japanese did, that they have awakened a sleeping giant.
All right. Thank you very much. The quote that became famous back then in 1941. We heard it one other time earlier today. Rick Hahn, thank you for that. We're joined once again in Washington by Chris Matthews. Chris, it's been a while since we talked after the president spoke.
Right.
Washington is a very much a company town, as you know, kind of early to bed, early to rise. A magazine once called it the city of earnest former student council presidents, and it is. It's a good town, and the people there must be shaken tonight. The Department of Defense has been hit directly.
Well, you know, the normal experience for disruption in Washington is a mild snowfall. And you know that, having worked here, that it's kind of a joke because the mildest snowfall shuts down everything. Well, this time it was very different. So many federal employees were just sent home. Schools were closed. The Capitol was closed. All the offices were closed. The White House was closed. People were sent out into the streets and told to go home, and some of them wandered over to Georgetown just to sort of stay in town and wait till the end of the day, perhaps, without any clear purpose. It was really a town, not in chaos, obviously, but a town in a daze. I think you got it right from up there.
Chris, what about the presidency and a crisis? Many presidents, and I think more often than not, have risen to the challenges that have come along during their administrations. But as we mentioned earlier, there's no playbook for this one. There's no case law that George W. Bush can go by. This is unique.
And it's not Oklahoma City.
Right.
Oklahoma City was a particular problem, a homegrown problem of strong anger from the far right, you might say, against the federal government. And people understood that. That was our own problem, and there were some bad people involved, and they were punished. And we had a lot of tears over it, and a lot of dead people, obviously, and a lot of almost celebration of our country because of how much we withstood it. But this is a foreign threat. These are people who don't like America, who are out to get us. They didn't go after the government especially. They did go after the Pentagon, but they went after a trade center with lots of people working in it, regular people. They killed a lot of people on airplanes, regular people. They wanted to kill Americans. And I think that's an interesting thing for us in our history, this hatred of America. I think with the Twin Towers going down today, so did, you could say, a pair of vanities we've had about ourselves. One is the obvious one, security, that we're the superpower of the world, and therefore we're secure. We're not, and we know that now. The other was the vanity of popularity. I think Americans have a hard time realizing that there are people in the world who we give no thought to whatever, who give a lot of thought to us and really, really don't like us. And of course, we know a lot of those people live in the Mideast. They're Islamic fundamentalists. They have very strong attitudes about Western influence and our support for Israel. And they really don't like us, and they don't like us as people. And I think there are a lot of smiles over there on the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip today, and we saw those on television. They're pretty frightening to realize that people really do wish you harm and celebrate this horrible demise that people experience today. People in those airplanes scared for their lives. A lot of us are scared flying a plane anytime, knowing that plane was going into that building and experiencing the hell of your final moments. And those people who perpetrated this knew what they were going to do. They knew what those people were going to have to go through, and they did it on purpose. There's a lot of hatred there, and I think that's our vanity, that we think everybody likes us. If you buy somebody a candy bar, they're going to like you, like a serviceman after World War II. Those days are over. The Islamic world especially, the fundamentalist Islamic world, doesn't like our Western influence, our jeans, our women wearing jeans, our music, our drugs, our attitudes. And I think we're seeing some of that hell today.
And now, Chris, it gets mixed up because retribution and retaliation comes into the equation. And we are dealing with, well, we know how these people operate now. We saw their calling card today.
But Israel, a country very much like our own, even though it's a small country, it's a modern country. And they've been trying for the several weeks now, well, months now of intifada, the new intifada, trying to deal with this kind of terrorism where you have a person who's committed so much to their religion and to their deliverance that they're willing to die on purpose if they can kill 15 or so Israelis. We saw that today. People willing to die, as it was pointed out on the program. And how do you deal with that? If a person says, I'm willing to give my life, and I'll do the following, and I'll train, and I'll plan, and I'll do the logistics work, just so I can kill a lot of people when I go. Israel doesn't know what to do with that. A very strong man like Ariel Sharon doesn't know what to do. The Mossad, probably the greatest spy agency in the world, doesn't know what to do. They're just retaliating. The trouble with retaliation is you play into the enemy's hands. You radicalize your enemies. You don't just go back and kill the people that killed you. You kill other people, creating more and more feuds, more and more antipathy toward you as Americans because of what you just did. And so in a way, retaliation is part of the terrorism.
Chris Matthews from Washington will continue to call on you for your expertise and opinions. Thank you for that, Chris.
Thank you, Brian.
It is 10:32 here in the East. Here is a look at some of the headlines at this hour. Financial markets will be closed tomorrow. Foreign markets are shaken up. Oil prices are up in some places. There was even some gasoline gouging in this country reported today in the wake of these attacks today. Mayor Giuliani here in the New York area says there are survivors in the wreckage. No shortage of rescue effort or personnel, and the stories of heroism are just now starting to come out. But we should all keep in mind that among those in the potential death toll maybe 200 New York City firefighters. At least one entire company of firefighters is missing tonight, along with a goodly number of police officers. A story tonight off the AP wire that Kmart is temporarily removing ammunition and firearms from its 2,100 stores nationwide. While some will fail to see the connection to this attack today, they say it's for the safety of their customers and associates is their first priority. So they have released a statement tonight. Ashley Banfield is in Lower Manhattan, where she has been all day long covering this, having been covered the blast since early this morning when the first aircraft hit the World Trade Center. Ashley, what do you have?
Well, as you were just mentioning those statistics, it was somewhat prescient that you were coming to me at that time, Brian, when you said 200 firefighters now likely to have died. we're at least happy to see the faces of some of them who are coming out of this work after 12 hours of trying to search through rubble, search for survivors, and put out fires. Lieutenant Pat Clancy is standing with me right now. Pat, if you just come over for a second. Pat's been on the scene for 12 hours. He's just come out. You and your two colleagues hadn't even been able to call your wives until you reached us here at NBC. We called your wives, said you were okay. You've been there since the beginning. Tell me what happened when you first got on scene.
Well, we're numb. We're just numb. The people I came with went we went to the command post, and we went where one of the towers was, and there was nothing there. We figured there'd be bodies all over, but there was nothing. And maybe 2 or 3 stories worth of rubble. There's no words to describe it. We were thinking of movies, books, wars, but there's nothing that we could say. It's going to take a long time to figure it all out.
When you were the first to get on that mound of rubble to search for survivors, anything you could find, what was the most bizarre thing that struck you? That there weren't bodies, or that there was carnage?
Well, we had figured that we'd be seeing people strewn, and we were thinking of we knew there were firefighters there, so that's what was our mission, was to search for firefighters and civilians. And one of the surprising things was that they're buried under 200 stories of building.
You told me earlier that you actually know of some of the deceased firefighters. A chief you mentioned. What else was on the list? What have you been told?
I know some firefighters that they had brothers that were in there, and they know that they're in there.
A number of inspectors, possibly as well.
Chiefs. We have staff chiefs, people that have been in 30 years of fires, and they were there, and there's no word of them coming out.
Tell me about the story that you heard from the police officer. You'd heard on the radio there was actually a success story, 2 police officers found alive.
We were able to flag a car, and the car took us up to here, a police officer, and he saw the second plane go into the building. He told us out of a couple hundred possible police fatalities that two police officers were pulled out alive.
This is all within the last 45 minutes?
Yes.
Do you know of any other survivors? Did you see any survivors?
Nothing. There's nothing but right now the big thing is to get large cranes and try to take some of the debris out, and piece by piece try to look for any bodies. That's about it.
Did you hear any sounds, anything from down below the rubble?
We called out, we listened, we were climbing over debris, mountains of it, a couple stories up, and heard nothing. Saw boots, we saw papers, personal belongings. I know we saw firefighters' boots, only firefighters' boots, but saw tools that I know belong to us. But
what did your wife say when she found out that you were okay?
She was hysterical. She, like the hundreds of firefighters out there, and officers and emergency workers, they're all saying the same thing. They don't know. They don't want us to be part of the underneath the debris. So she was happy.
But you got to go back in tomorrow?
Yes.
Lieutenant Clancy,
we'll be here for the next couple of days.
Thanks very much for talking to us. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, and try and get some rest. All right. That's been the situation at this point. What we've been hearing also, we've seen a number of other We've seen a number of other construction vehicles going through, bulldozers, front-end loaders, and that sort of thing, and that's what we're being told. A lot of the debris is going to be removed, obviously. We also saw about 40 different dump trucks and 24 semis that were lined up ready to take out a number of loads of debris as soon as they could get that out of there. Brian, back to you.
Ashley Banfield in Lower Manhattan, and our thanks as well, in addition to you, to the member of the NYFD for their ongoing efforts. One of our producers brought something in. This is a charred around around the edges piece of a file folder found in Brooklyn, about 4 miles from the World Trade Center as the crow flies. It was blown out of the building and again blown into the borough of Brooklyn from the World Trade Center. We were talking about the force of the blast. Tonight, one of the television networks apparently erroneously reported that it's routine to have a fighter jet escort for Air Force One. It is 16, and this was shot out the window of a traveling Air Force One by the so-called pool crew on board, which today was a CBS television network crew. The traveling crews who travel with the president do have their cameras at the ready, and this was the scene. I can remember only one other time seeing that sight, and that was when we accompanied President Clinton over Bosnia. We had a similarly equipped escort, but that was an F-16 Falcon off the left wing. This is the view off the right wing. It's notable that the jet contains no offensive weaponry that anyone has ever known of, but there is a defensive missile avoidance system. Includes chaff, shards of metal. You can see USAF there in blue lettering on the top of the wing. Chaff can be deployed that confuses heat-seeking missiles were they ever, God forbid, to be fired at the aircraft. The fact that it carries such equipment has been a matter of public record for some years. But that was the view off the wing, rather ominous, a fighter escort today for Air Force One. And remember, the president was shuttled from Air Force Base to Air Force Base, from Louisiana to Nebraska. They were hoping to keep him in the air, unsure as to the threat level against him personally, and back in Washington at the White House, where his wife, the vice president, had been put into a safe house. Even his college-age daughters had been taken by the Secret Service, and put in safe hands. It has been a wrenchingly sad day across this country. It all started with the first word this morning that an aircraft had hit the World Trade Center. It was the kind of bulletin people thought might be an aviation accident. And here now, what this day looked like and sounded like, beginning with the first bulletin in New York.
Good morning. I'm Chris Chansing here with Greg Jarrett, and there is a major incident in Lower Manhattan in the World Trade Center, which is in the Wall Street area of New York City.
The first stunning pictures just before 9 a.m. Local New York television stations break into the morning talk shows to announce a large plane has crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
We looked up. It was making a beeline for the World Trade Center.
Okay.
And when it hit, there was the big boom, a big cloud of smoke, some flames, and then mostly smoke. It just started flaming now.
Flames and thick black smoke are shooting from a gaping hole in the side of the building. Just 18 minutes later, as Americans stop and watch in horror, the tragedy becomes even more surreal.
Human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on this shot.
Oh, my.
Something else has
You know
just...
what? We just saw a plane circling the building.
It is in the other building.
We just saw a plane circling the building.
A second plane, appearing to be completely under control, is headed straight at the second tower. And then another explosion. The South Tower is now in flames.
I was standing on the roof of the Woolworth building on the 56th floor looking out the tower to see what happened. And the next thing I did, I seen a spot in the air. Another plane came down and circled. I kind of went off a little bit, and then it straightened itself out and dove to the other side and crashed right in. And the explosion was so terrific, it looked like it had dynamite in it. The ball of fire that came flying out of that one was even worse than the first one.
Looks like a sizable jet, perhaps an airliner or a commuter jet. Can we roll it just a little bit here? Okay, freeze it right there if you can. Clearly that is a swept-wing jet, which means a passenger-sized jet of some kind.
As panic hits downtown New York, all access, bridges, tunnels, and airports are closed. The awful truth settles in. America is under attack. The scope, unbelievable. and about to get worse. 9:30 a.m., yet another plane has intentionally crashed. This time the target is the command center of U.S. military operations, the Pentagon.
The building shook for just a couple of seconds, and I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction workers who have been working here have taken flight. They're running as far away from the building as they can right now.
As military and civilian personnel rush from the building, America goes on the highest alert. The White House, Capitol, and other state and federal buildings are all evacuated. Soon followed by a mandate from the Federal Aviation Administration. All planes in the United States are grounded. President Bush, visiting a grade school in Sarasota, Florida, learns of the attack and delivers his first statement.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
In New York, a video camera in a nearby building shows the chaos and panic as people fight to escape the horror. An estimated 20,000 people work in the Twin Towers, and most would be headed to the office about this time.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing.
But the terror is far from over. At approximately 9:55 a.m., the tragedy takes on a new dimension when the South Tower, 110 stories and 1,300 feet high, crumbles to the ground.
And all of a sudden, we heard the building starting to come down. And the next thing I know, I was holding on to my commanding officer, and we found ourselves on West Street. How we got out of the building, I thought I was gone.
Almost simultaneously, a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, with 45 people on board, crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. At least one member of Congress says the plane's intended target may have been Camp David, the presidential retreat 85 miles away from the crash site. And by 10:30, the New York City skyline would change forever when the second tower, in a shower of dust and debris, crashes to the ground. The collapse traps possibly hundreds of emergency workers and civilians in the rubble. MSNBC's Ashley Banfield was briefly trapped in a nearby building.
We were only about 2 blocks. It was about 2 blocks away from where the second tower came down. And when that cloud came at us, Brian, it was the most frightening thing I think I've ever seen in my life. And at the time, we were trying to breathe through our clothing, and we couldn't. And we had to break down a door to an apartment building. We had to kick in the glass to try to get through to the second glass door to get in, just to get air. And when we emerged, it was like Mount St. Helens had gone off in the middle of New York.
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building.
Details begin to emerge about the planes used in the attacks. Both jets that crashed into the Twin Towers were flights originating in Boston. One an American Airlines 767, the other a United Airlines 767. Both passenger jets were hijacked shortly after takeoff. The planes were tracked by satellite using their global positioning system, showing the exact point where Flight 11 was apparently taken over and diverted. All 4 planes were headed for California and carrying a maximum fuel load. Dazed and confused, survivors are taken by ferry across the Hudson River to makeshift triage centers in New Jersey.
I don't think anyone's life will be the same again. Mine won't be.
With an unknown number dead or injured, casualty estimates are well into the thousands.
We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe.
President Bush is immediately moved from Florida to Louisiana, then to a secure location in Omaha, Nebraska, before returning to Washington. Hours after the attacks first happened, the after effects aren't over. At 5:21 p.m. Eastern Time, World Trade Center building number 7, heavily damaged in the morning, also comes crashing down. As events continue to unfold, U.S. military fighter jets continue to patrol the skies over New York City.
And there is more on this after this day that has shaken so many people's confidence in public safety. I'll read this to you as it came into me. A spokeswoman for the FBI Newark office confirms that FBI agents are heading to the George Washington Bridge here in New York, where local police have stopped a van that is believed to be carrying explosives. The FBI can't independently confirm if there are bombs in the van, but they are sending their agents to check. This is obviously file tape of the bridge. This started out as a local radio report tonight, and obviously everyone's sensitivities are heightened in this atmosphere, but we have learned that just about anything can happen, especially after watching what we have watched unfold today. Brings us to our next guest here in our studios. Child psychologist and family therapist Mark Hatton is with us here, and Mr. Hatton, a lot of people had the task of explaining this to their children today. Some children were sent home from school, others watched it on television at school, millions of them watched it at home, hopefully with a parent or two this evening. What is your best advice on these horrifying images?
Well, these are horrifying images, Brian, and they affect so many people directly and indirectly. Here in the New York area, there are numerous children who may not still even have information about family members and friends. The advice to everyone throughout the country, to your children, is to address their situation directly. A child focuses most simply on what happens to me. Am I safe? Are the people I love safe? What do I need to do to be safe? I think words of reassurance and reality are important to ground them in that sense of safety.
It's a tougher case to make when you're talking about a rising death toll, when they come back at you with, well, those people working in the trade center, those people on that flight to SFO all thought they were safe.
Indeed, Brian. Normally this kind of trauma is reserved for firefighters, police personnel. We do critical incident stress debriefing. It's a type of horror that the average person doesn't face. That a child would be facing it is all the more challenging. It is a reality of this. I think, nevertheless, it is important to be downplayed. In that sense, again, the immediate threat to that person and to the safety of their family is the part that should be emphasized. Obviously, facts will continue to emerge, but grounding them in that safety as you come up with a framework to explain the horror that's happened to our country and to so many individuals is the best course of action.
How about the part of this that deals with the American psyche, i.e., we don't get attacked in this country, certainly not the so-called lower 48. It just doesn't happen. We're not that kind of nation. We never face that kind of threat. We're not vulnerable. Well, guess what? All that changed today.
Absolutely. We have come to that reality now. In talking with family members and with colleagues that are based outside of this country, it is one of the realities that has been talked about for a long time. That throughout the world, people experience, obviously on a lesser scale, but the presence of violence and terrorism in a way that we do not in the United States. And it has clearly come home to a place where we cannot forget that again.
By the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't reference what we're looking at on the screen. These looks, again, like the surface of the moon or a blizzard in mid-December at times. These are pictures from inside the perimeter tonight, and people who live here in the New York area will recognize the kind of skeletal sides of the World Trade Center. There's the base. That's it. That's it. It looks like Khobar Towers, pockets of flame. This is the closest camera crews have been allowed to get. And these are some horrifying images, and I know this videotape can almost, we roll so much of it. These are so horrifying, these scenes, when taken individually, and it covers so much of our conversation, it becomes like a kind of video wallpaper. Those are the skeletal sides of the building that people might recognize. But this is an absolutely horrifying scene. And Mark Hatton, here we are as parents trying to explain to the children that things are going to get better and their world will be safe. How do you verbally guard against, God forbid, something else happening, another incident? How do you, in an eye for an eye world, teach them that their country is about to perhaps retaliate?
Most importantly here is that a hostile and anger response is a fairly typical psychological response, along with denial and depression. Hopefully, as a country, we will not act irrationally and rashly, but rather with a prescribed course of action that is well thought out. That will be an important model to the children as well as to the adults who are equally traumatized by what we are seeing.
Mark Hatton, thank you very much for coming on tonight. Again, your expertise is important because this is a real job being faced by parents around the country this evening. We're fortunate to be joined by our next guest, presidential historian and author Doris Kearns Goodwin. And Doris, I have to tell you, you're one of the people I have wanted to talk to and listen to all day as we have been covering this story and this president and this Congress and this development in the life of the United States. I want to hear you out on that front, against that backdrop.
Well, you know, I think what you mentioned, the word vulnerability, is probably the most important word, because people felt very vulnerable during Pearl Harbor and after Pearl Harbor. But in a certain sense, the vulnerability was against a military base, and it was in Hawaii, and it wasn't on the mainland. Here it was against people in their offices, on their streets, in planes, in everyday life. And it's much harder for a president to figure out the creative response beyond getting the people who did it. What kind of words can he offer us to know that tomorrow, if we went on a plane, we might be safer? I mean, maybe he's going to have to mobilize the National Guard and put a military personnel on every plane, on every train. They're going to have to think really hard, because what Roosevelt had going for him when he went to Capitol Hill was he knew who the enemy was. He knew that he had to mobilize us to declare war against them, to ask for appropriations. He knew people had to get into the draft, into the service. He knew people had to go to the factories. There was an absolute clear goal. This is much more amorphous, so it's much harder, I think, for Bush. But he's going to have to realize that unless he mobilizes the American people to feel they're doing something, the frustration in these next days is going to be worse than today. Today's the shock. But even after Pearl Harbor, the days that followed were much worse than the shock as the devastation became clear.
Is this the greatest domestic challenge any president since FDR has faced?
Well, you know, it's so hard. I suspect, yes, since FDR. I mean, what FDR faced was not only the Pearl Harbor attack at that time, but the need to mobilize an unprepared country against probably the greatest challenge in Western civilization ever, the Nazis and the Japanese combined. So that in the long run, that challenge hopefully was larger than what this one will be. But the fact that we don't know exactly how to go about getting these people, and that it was on our daily lives, you know, just thinking about the kids as we just listened to that psychologist, my generation grew up with that fear because Russia had gotten the nuclear bomb, that at any moment the entire world could be destroyed. And we had those air raid drills. We'd have to go under our desks in school. I would go to bed at night trying to practice these atomic fallings where you were supposed to have a siren and go under your bed in a second. So there was this subconscious fear that somehow your old world might be undone. But yet that was sort of abstract compared to the kind of fears kids are going to have now about walking on the street, about going to see their father go to an office, or about getting on a plane.
Doris, two of the flights originated up there in Boston. The coverage must be particularly painful on local news there tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's always that feeling, was the questions are being asked now, even as we're asked in every one of these tragedies, what could have been done to prevent it from happening? Was it a lapse in security? Was it not? And I guess all of those things will come out in the days ahead. But I think the real answer is going to be not simply to look back with recrimination, but to figure out how to make better whatever those lapses were, if indeed they were.
As a percentage almost in the job, do presidents rise to the occasion? Do they come into the job when they are given a tragedy to deal with?
Probably both leaders and people rise to the occasion. I mean, the one thing that people have always underestimated America You know, when the Japanese made that attack on us, they figured we were soft, we were playboys, that somehow we'd be so demoralized by the attack that that would be the end of it. The only person who understood us best was Yamamoto, who worried about the attack, fearing, as we've often said tonight, that a sleeping giant would be aroused. Hitler at one point said, oh, there's no problem with that decadent Americans. And then obviously Churchill and Roosevelt showed that there was a problem when those allies got together. So I think we've got a huge history in this country of the ability of a democracy that values the people's freedom that we have here to fight back when we have to. And the key to the leader is to be able to mobilize that. I mean, what Roosevelt kept saying when he mobilized the country was that it wasn't only his strength, he had confidence in the people, and he projected that confidence onto the people. So Bush has to, I think, in these days ahead, tonight was a beginning. He had to speak, I think, because of that fear that he wasn't coming before us.
Doris, well let me pause here. We'll continue this conversation in the next half hour. We have to take a quick pause, and then some of our NBC stations will be joining us. Our coverage continues.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Brian Williams.
Good evening, and we welcome many of you joining us on the NBC television network to our ongoing, uninterrupted NBC News coverage of the attack and destruction today of the World Trade Center and the attack on the Pentagon in Washington, a structure that remains standing tonight with a collapsed side. This is the scene live in Lower Manhattan. The light you see, the searchlights assisting in the search and recovery effort on the ground. The smoke and dust still rising in a column over Lower Manhattan. And this is the news as we come on the air at this hour, 11 o'clock in the East. Thousands of people are feared dead, and among that number, firefighters in the city of New York, 200 of whom might have died today doing their jobs. The Pentagon casualties, dead and wounded, may number combined up to or over 800. And just tonight, the FBI en route to a report of a truck filled with explosives on the George Washington Bridge, the stately span between New York and New Jersey. This following a day that has shaken the confidence of millions of Americans in their nation, the safety of air travel, and the safety of society and big cities in general. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has been on a tour of the inner ring, the secured area tonight where the fire and explosions took place. Rahima, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. It was a self-directed and self-guided tour. Myself, two producers, and an incredible cameraman. We managed to make our way past the security guards and the police officers and get right down into ground zero. I've got some pictures. I want to take you inside a disaster. What you see here is all that's left of the World Trade Center area. It is an unbelievable scene of destruction. There are firefighters all over the area. They are hosing down what is left of the buildings. And Brian, I must tell you, there is not very much left. It is hard to imagine that anyone could survive the devastation that has occurred in this area. But as one courageous firefighter said to me, they will continue to search until all hope is lost. They say they never give up hope. Tonight also, one of the deputy fire chiefs told me that against miracles, or miracles that you might not think would happen, it seems one may have happened. They think that they have been able to bring someone, or maybe more than one person, out of this rubble alive. He said he did not know the condition of the person at this point, but he said when they brought the person out, the person was alive. It's hard to imagine, and I don't think that the pictures really are able to give you the sense of just how devastating it is in that area. There are searchlights everywhere. Again, fire hoses are hosing down the building, and there are no people in the area with the exception of a very few number of crews. Everyone else is emergency personnel doing everything they can, sifting through this rubble, trying to see if there are any survivors. Brian?
Rahima, I was surprised to see the pictures of some of the rib cage, if you will, standing there of the Trade Center. But people are not, as I kind of presumed they would be, pouring over every bit of the wreckage. I guess the hot spots are just still too hot. They haven't been extinguished for that long.
Indeed, they are too hot. One other firefighter told me that they're sending in teams of firefighters, but they cannot stay inside very long because here we are more than 12 hours after the initial explosion and the initial plane that went into the World Trade Towers. He said the area is still extremely hot. It's almost unbearable. So the firefighters go in for a short time, trying to see if they can find anyone, and then they come out and another team goes in.
Rahima, it looks like the surface of the moon.
It does indeed. In fact, someone said it almost looks like snow has fallen also. Brian, I should tell you. We walked through this and it is up to your ankles that you're walking through stuff that is dust, that is ash, that is everywhere. It is choking. Everybody has on these different kinds of masks and goggles if you can get them, because it's very hard to breathe. It's very hard to see.
Rahima Ellis, after tonight's rather courageous and self-guided tour, our thanks to you and to the technical crew who went along with you, Rahima, tonight down there in Lower Manhattan. I might add at some risk, extraordinary pictures and reporting out of there. To the other target today, again, a total of 4 commercial aircraft hijacked. All 4 went down. Passengers on board, all feared, presumed dead. The other target, the Pentagon, where one side of the building tonight has caved in, but the Pentagon, along with the Department of Defense, still stands. With new videotape from that scene tonight, NBC News correspondent John Palmer. John?
Good evening, Brian. At this hour, the west side of the Pentagon building is bathed in searchlights as the search and recovery operation continues. We do have the first word now. This has gone on for 13.5 hours since that hijacked American Airlines plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon. The first word about casualties, not totally definitive, but the first word is about 800 casualties, including the 58 passengers aboard that hijacked plane and the 6 crew members. We've seen a lot of heavy equipment going in there. We've seen some digging in the rubble. There are cadaver dogs. There are search dogs. A new team of firefighters has just moved in within the last hour to relieve those who have been battling the flames for 13 hours. Throughout the last 5 or 6 hours, we've seen flare-ups on the roof of the Pentagon building. Those have mostly dissipated now. There's a white smoke still coming from the building, indicating that a lot of water now is all over the place on those fires. For a long time, there was a problem here with rescuers not being able to approach the debris because it was so hot and fires continued to flare up. From time to time this evening, every 15 or 20 minutes, we see an ambulance, its lights flashing, but no siren, not moving very fast, leaving the scene and heading away from the devastation here on the west side of the Pentagon. Again, the best estimate we have at this particular time is 800 casualties, including those unfortunate people who were aboard the plane that crashed. This all occurred about 9:30 this morning, when most of the people inside this building were glued to their television sets like people all over America, looking at the tragedy that was unfolding at the World Trade Center buildings. And then there was a loud noise. Some people felt a tremble of the building. Soon smoke came into the building. An alarm went off, and people inside the Pentagon then were ordered out into the parking area. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld was in his office. He left, cut across the courtyard, and went over to the scene right behind me on this side of the Pentagon where the devastation had occurred, where there were fires and wounded and injured, and personally helped with some of the rescues there. And then he went back to the Pentagon, back to the command post where he spent much of the day talking with the president, putting U.S. forces on the full absolute alert, the Delta alert, because of the possibility of terrorism acts throughout the world and other places. Ryan?
John Palmer at the Pentagon for us tonight. John, thank you for your reporting.
Thank you.
We've been talking all day about the cruelty of using commercial aircraft as, in effect, loaded bombs, as weapons in this case. Veteran correspondent Robert Hager, who covers aviation so well for NBC News, is with us from the Washington Bureau. And Bob, I know you have a report on this kind of day in the life of these 4 flights. But when you think about it, these commercial jets people are so used to seeing them near the Trade Center, near the Pentagon. Both structures have airports right nearby. that before they got very close, prior to impact, people wouldn't give it a second thought.
They wouldn't. The planes often make that turn over lower Manhattan on the way into LaGuardia, and although much of Washington, being the official federal city, is considered out of bounds for commercial aircraft, that corridor right down the Potomac River is open because that's the approach into National, and the Pentagon lies right along that corridor. Well, tonight, civil aviation around the country is at a standstill. All flights are grounded at least until noon tomorrow. When and if flights resume, it's going to be vastly increased security. But first this day, what's known about these terrible events?
The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. Supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767, with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It too taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center. And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane had made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only 2 ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this.
And tonight we're getting some new detail, a briefing from Attorney General John Ashcroft for members of Congress, and some of those members are telling us the substance of it. Ashcroft has told them that there were about 3 to 5 terrorists per plane, that knives were the weapons used. So there are no reports of guns having been used in any of these attacks, but knives were the weapons that were used. And from other accounts, cell phone calls out of those planes before they went down, we had descriptions of pilots being killed, of passengers being herded together at the backs of these planes, flight attendants being stabbed, and then passengers who on the cell phones passed on word to relatives that they were going down. One other fact from that Ashcroft briefing, the fourth flight, the one that was from Newark Airport and turned around and then crashed in Pennsylvania, some had thought that might be headed for Camp David. Ashcroft told congressmen and congresspeople that it was intended for Washington, D.C. It was heading for Washington, D.C., not Camp David. We don't know what the intended target was, of course. And he also put one other rumor to bed, and that is that that plane might have been intentionally shot down by missiles or by some other aircraft by the U.S. to avoid an attack. He said that's just not so. Brian?
Robert Hager, thank you for that. A long day covering this story, and another one no doubt headed for us tomorrow. Thanks, Bob. Cell phones in the news in more than one instance. The people who use cell phones to call loved ones on the ground in just about each of these 4 flights, and we'll find out much more tomorrow, to say we were being hijacked. Television legal commentator Barbara Olson is said to have placed 2 calls to her husband just before impact in Washington, saying that same thing. Olson on that plane that crashed at the Pentagon and presumed dead, sadly. Also, the Associated Press is reporting tonight that the injured are using cell phones within the rubble tonight in Lower Manhattan to try to call rescuers and get help. Again, survivors who are trapped in the tons of building materials after, 4 different major building collapses there, are using cell phones tonight after this happened today. Also, we have this note. These stories continue to come into us. Jim Miklashevsky, our Pentagon correspondent, and this, if true, is just horrible, reporting the death toll, not just casualties, wounded and dead. The death toll at the Pentagon may number 800. And if so, that is an absolute disaster in the community that is the Pentagon. This evening saw an address to the nation from the Oval Office by President George W. Bush, who spent a good part of this day in locations that were not publicized because of the risks and threats to his security back in Washington. NBC News correspondent Bob Kerr has more on the President's Day and evening. Bob, good evening again.
Brian, good evening to you. An incredibly, obviously, sad day for the country, a surreal day here at the White House, and it continues tonight in this regard. For example, every now and then one can still hear overhead the sound, a very distinct sound of a fighter jet of one kind or another overflying the mall here in Washington, overflying the White House. Those flights were visible during the day today, even as all other flights had been wiped out of the sky, prevented from flying. So that is one thing we keep hearing here this evening. As you say, the President did make a speech tonight, but he arrived back here at the White House at around 7 o'clock tonight. He came in by helicopter from Andrews Air Force Base. The interesting thing to see, though, is that as the President flew around today, and I think we have some pictures to show you of this, from Air Force One, you could see clearly the Air Force One plane was covered, if you will, tracked, if you will, by fighter jets, one on each wing and others unseen in the air. So there was a heavy, unusually heavy security presence guarding the President of the United States today as he traveled first from Florida, where he was making some routine appearances, and then was flown for his protection to an Air Force facility in Louisiana, and then on to another military facility in Nebraska. It was there that the President first had a meeting with his national security advisors via telephone, and then here at the White House tonight, even just a short time ago, a meeting with his national security team and other cabinet officials ended. Of course, they did discuss the issue of options, but they don't want to say too much about that tonight. They wanted to talk much more about the victims. However, there was a hint in some of the remarks the President made tonight. In one of the statements statements he made in his televised speech, the president said, "We will make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbor them." That's about all we heard in the way of possible options for retaliation from this White House tonight. At another point, Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, was asked, well, what about the president? Isn't he angry? Isn't he as angry as a lot of the American public about all this? Ari Fleischer's response, he has a steely demeanor. He's been showing a steely demeanor, a steely resolve all day. His only angry words, tough words they're described, were saved in private for those who committed these acts of terrorism today. Here's a little bit more of what the president said earlier this evening.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could.
In his speech, the president said that the attackers today attacked a way of life in America, freedom in this country, and he said those acts will not be allowed to stand. Of course, the difficulty will be finding precisely who was involved and then targeting them. It is definitely on the minds of people here in this administration this evening. And Brian, if I may, I was here this morning when this all began, and another interesting aspect of things, you see where we stand right here in this narrow patch right off the driveway leading to the West Wing. What happened at first when we were out here giving reports as the first plane and then even the second plane hit the World Trade Towers, we were still out here. We were told we might have to evacuate, but then they kept changing their minds and there was confusion. All of a sudden, as soon as word filtered out that a plane had hit the Pentagon, you actually saw people running, staffers running, chefs in full dress, if you will, in their uniforms, cooks, by the 50s, by the hundreds, running out these doors, running down the driveway out toward Lafayette Park. This place was cleared. All of a sudden, the uniformed and non-uniformed protective services were out with their guns up, out of their holsters. We were then pushed into Lafayette Park across the street. A short time later, a block away from there, and then eventually 2 blocks away. And now there's a perimeter 3 blocks around the White House, and security is that tight at this place at this time.
A very tense day at the White House. Correspondent Bob Kerr, thank you for that. Again, a day of rumors, but then again, the news that turned out to be true was so stunning and shocking and surprising to most Americans. Few people discounted the rumors when they heard them at first. Tonight, it was a report of a truck full of explosives at the GW Bridge. We are still trying to chase down just how big a vehicle that is. This evening, the world's tallest buildings have been evacuated in Kuala Lumpur. The Petronas Towers, a pair of buildings, have been cleared of all people because of a threat. And we have a report tonight on reaction to what happened in the United States today overseas, specifically in the Middle East. Here with that, NBC News correspondent Martin Fletcher.
These Palestinians in East Jerusalem today delighted at the bombings and American loss of life, offering cakes and sweets, calling out, "God is great." Thousands more celebrate in other West Bank towns until Palestinian police disperse them. The Palestinian leader, however, stunned and sympathetic.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
But the voice of the street reflects anger at America's role, especially in Israel and Iraq.
We should show America that they should learn and they should know what is to attack somebody like Iraq. It should be more.
And many Arabs furious at American support for Israel. This man holds up an American-made bomb part fired by American-made aircraft used by Israel. American support for Israel, some believe, makes America a legitimate target for terrorism. Many also angry at years of almost daily American bomb attacks against Iraq, which didn't stop with the end of the Gulf War a decade ago. And US troops still in Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden, the prime suspect in today's terror attacks, angry at American support for what he calls the tyrannical government of Saudi Arabia, his homeland, and for America's close ties with Israel. In almost a year of unrest, more than a dozen Palestinian suicide bombers and other attackers have killed 170 Israelis, while Israel has killed more than 570 Palestinians. A conflict that always threatens to suck neighboring countries into the fighting. Israel tonight called for an international war against terrorism.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life.
Today, the leader of Hamas, the Islamic militants who send most suicide bombers against Israel, called on America to change its policies. Sheikh Yassin said America is behind injustices in many parts of the world, but then he said Hamas doesn't support attacks against civilians.
Martin Fletcher reporting from the Middle East tonight for us. We are back and to continue a discussion that we had to break off in the last half hour with friend, historian, and author Doris Kearns-Goodwin, who's been kind enough to join us this evening from Boston. Doris, apologies for having to cut you off and go to a break earlier. You were in the midst of an answer to a question about crises and presidents and growing into the job, and as a percentage, how many of them have met the challenge and perhaps used it as a vehicle to grow in the estimation of the American people?
Well, you know, just to compare the difficulty that Bush faces right now with Roosevelt, it's really an unfair comparison because Roosevelt then was a three-term president, incredibly popular, had taken us through the Depression, and he made his first big speech before Capitol Hill so that he had a mobilized group to respond, not just simply a television conversation station. And he also knew who the attacker was, and he could use that indignation against Japan and talk about treachery and infamy, and more importantly, he could mobilize the entire country. So that comparison is tough for Bush. Wilson, when the Lusitania was attacked in 1915, interestingly, people wanted him to immediately, at least part of the country did, go to war against Germany. But he held back and restrained at that time and said, actually, sometimes the strongest actions are people who avoid fighting. Teddy Roosevelt called him a coward, and a lot of people thought we should go into war. But he simply warned Germany against continuing their submarine attacks. And then 2 years later, when they did continue it, we did finally go into war. McKinley, who had to face another explosion with the USS Maine, found himself, even though he didn't want to go into war at first, carried along by the yellow journalism, which somehow forced the American public to think we had to go to war to make up for an attack that turned out later, according to historians, to be an internal explosion, not even the Spanish blowing it up. So it's a sobering thought to think how many of these explosions and these sudden attacks have led to war, and different presidents have handled it in very different ways.
In the initial hours and sometimes days after a national crisis, talk about the reservoir of nonpartisan, rally around the chief executive goodwill that presidents can tap, and how long is it theirs for?
Well, what it is, I think, in some ways that they are able to tap is that the American people feel at such moments a part of the nation as a whole. You know, they go about their daily lives and they've got families and work and communities, and the country is sort of an abstraction. But what historians have noted is that when one of these crises occurs, a leader is able to make the people feel they belong to the country as home. Even the logo that you've been using all day, every time I see that, Attack on America, I feel a sense of being an American. The difficulty is that I think what happens, especially it happened even after Pearl Harbor, it wasn't as if we had a victory quickly after all that resolve and excitement about we're going to get them. There were a whole string of failures, and then the leader's more continuing task is how to keep that confidence, to keep that determination over the long haul. And here, that may be an even greater problem if there's not a swift action as to what we're going to be able to do. And we can't even call on the American people to be as involved as in a rubber drive or a scrap drive or joining the Army as volunteers. There aren't as many activities so they can feel a part of it as there were then.
And there's no case law, no model, no playbook for this new president to follow. At his doorstep this morning, almost literally landed this huge foreign policy, domestic policy crisis.
The only playbook, I think, that he has, not the event itself, not the actual terrorist attack, because this is a new world in some ways, but presidents in the past who've gotten through these crises have shown a certain number of traits. They've shown confidence in themselves and in the people at large. They've shown determination. They've been very present. I think it's very important that he be seen as an active force in these next few days. I think it was extraordinarily important he come back to America. I mean, back to Washington. Obviously, those security threats had to be taken seriously. But, you know, Abraham Lincoln was waylaid from his original journey to Washington for the inauguration on a security threat. He came under cover of night, and he never really was, he was always sorry that he'd done that, because he thought to maintain the signals and the dignity of the office is so important. They're going to have to start rebuilding. One of the other questions was what to do about the White House in World War II. They wanted camouflage over the White House, darkened blackout curtains, nobody to see it, no lights on. Roosevelt refused all those actions because he said he had to show the symbol of strength. So there'll be symbolism that he's going to have to think through, as well as actions. There's going to have to be speeches before the Capitol Hill and mobilizing the country as a whole. And there's at least a playbook if you look back on the past, because other presidents have done that, if not for this. And also what one hopes is that each president learns from the history of the past. Some of those great speeches Roosevelt made in World War II, he remembered what it was like for Washington at Valley Forge. He remembered the North struggle during the Civil War. He remembered the immigrants coming to America. He recalled for the American people this long string of historical examples. Presidents don't call on history enough. Now is a time that I think George Bush should remind us of what we're all about and what we've been through together as a nation.
The pleasure of a perspective after this day of crisis coverage. Doris Kearns-Goodwin, as always, thank you, Doris, very much.
You're welcome, Brian.
Here's where we stand tonight. As many as 200 New York City firefighters might be dead, say nothing of the thousands of people believed dead in all on the ground in Washington, in New York. That's the scene in Lower Manhattan. The search, rescue, salvage going on, in some cases just beginning. As the flames die down, the dust continues, the real work begins now, this day of crisis and attack for America. Our coverage will continue this evening on MSNBC.
Today we've had a national tragedy.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally blew itself into World Trade Center.
Just a short time ago, saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon.
I was in the building because I was driving a friend. So I'm worried for her safety.
The World Trade Center is no more.
And a very good evening to you. I'm Forrest Sawyer. As you heard Brian Williams say just a few moments ago, the focus right now is, as you see it straight in the middle of the screen, there the rescue effort is going on. This is where all the attention of New York City is now devoted. We know that there are people alive inside those buildings. We have heard them with cell phones, and we are told that there is a news conference. Tell me again, Brett, where is this news conference? Rudy Giuliani is giving us a news conference. He's the mayor of New York. Let's listen in.
If you go down there, you'll see fire departments from East Meadow and Belmore and northern New Jersey. And we really appreciate their efforts. It will be of great assistance all during the night. If you have questions that we can answer or try to answer, the number is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. I know that there's great concern over what the numbers of people lost are. We don't know the answer to that. The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones. They've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about this?
I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van. All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey, sir? Do you know?
I can't say yet.
Okay.
Why were they stopped, and why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority. We just got the confirmation by phone after I left the last briefing.
Were they on the George Washington Bridge as they were heading to New Jersey?
No, they weren't.
There were rumors that there were explosives. Well, where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell you.
Were they in the Meadowlands, Police Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Were they in the Meadowlands?
It's my understanding, but we haven't confirmed that.
Do we know why they were stopped, sir?
Not yet.
Commissioner, can you tell us anything about the rescue of the 2 Port Authority officers or the ongoing effort with the people in the basement, where the Port Authority officers were pulled out of, or any details?
We can't say yet. It was Trinity and Church where the officers were that were just pulled out. The other people that are still in the building, we can't tell exactly where they are.
We all know that the Port Authority is housed in the World Trade Center. Any idea of the status of their operations?
They've lost a lot of people, and we don't know the full dimension of that either. But the Port Authority have a lot of people that are missing, and we were fortunate to find 2 of the police officers. We'll keep searching for the others, but they have sustained a lot of losses.
The group of people with the cell phones that Marcia referred to, do you have any idea how big a group that size is in that particular location?
I don't think we know the exact numbers. We know it's more than 2 people. It's two people communicated, and they say there were more people there.
And do
The
you
people
know
who are
what
roaming around the city trying to find information about those who are missing, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? And who's collecting that information?
The phone number that they should call is 212-560-2730. And then, as we have information about people either who have been recovered or are dead, we'll let them know that.
Is our morgue able to handle this?
We had a meeting with the medical examiner earlier. Went over it with him. He believes that he's able to handle it. He'll start handling it at 30th Street, which is the morgue for Manhattan. He'll then be able to move up to the Bronx, where he also has facilities. And then we have the possibility of using the pier on the west side, which is set aside in case the numbers get too difficult to handle. But he thinks he can handle at least a good deal of it tomorrow and the next day, right in Manhattan.
Commissioner Bonner, can you talk about the loss of the fire department?
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone. We don't. We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive. But we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing, or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is a number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters.
What about
It's just for firefighters.
What about Chief Van?
Just for firefighters, firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. I would we'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
How close what about the top members of your staff who may have been lost? Debbie Wood.
I'm sorry, Deb.
What about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, Mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Fian. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Carrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for at this time right now?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene, assuming there are people who are there?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital. They were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that. And that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that, Mayor?
That was a company. It was a group.
Company survived?
No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys and an officer.
5 guys
6.
survived.
Yeah, 6 men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe 1 World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
It was,
I'm not sure.
I forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember that one.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well?
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in?
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building. So we're not sure at this point how much of the 2 buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful, because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could tell us a little bit about the high-ranking members of the department. I understand 1 was missing for a while, and you were able to find him. And I believe the police surgeon was medevaced out to New Jersey. Did I get that right? No?
No, not to my knowledge. Police surgeons accounted for the ranks that we're looking at and looking for are at the ranks of police officer and detectives, and perhaps a few sergeants.
Last question, Deborah Farrer. Last one, Deborah Farrer. Is there a coordinated effort right now to find out who exactly may have not been in the building when this happened, or people just calling various companies? How will we find out who was there and who was not there when
Yeah,
this happened?
we're trying very hard by communicating with the Port Authority and some of the major tenants. We're trying to recreate how many people are there, but actually the major effort is really focused on trying to rescue people. The people who are out, I'm sure, have largely communicated with their families and are doing that. I saw many people doing that on the telephone as we were leaving. So really the focus of our efforts is to try to get as many people out as possible with the hope that there are still people that are alive, like the ones that we know about.
Mayor, you said earlier that there were several other buildings downtown that may be structurally unsafe that you were still not sure about and that, in fact, may collapse. Has anything changed from earlier today?
No, I think. No, I don't think so. Not from the last time we had a briefing, and we were down there. And
5 World Trade Center, I heard, was in some kind of trouble. What's the status of 5 World Trade?
I don't know.
We're going to wait for daylight, engineers to take a look at all these buildings.
I'm sorry.
We're going to wait till the daylight tomorrow. We'll have building and structural engineers check all these buildings that we're concerned about to make sure they're safe for rescue workers and to see what we can do to salvage these buildings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask your last question. Go ahead. Go ahead. He's been trying. He's been trying for a while.
In terms of how long does the department expect the people to be able to survive underneath the rubble like that? I mean, is there some sort of...
There's no... They could survive for some time. There's no way to know exactly how long, but it really it depends. And I think one of the things that comes out of today is it depends on... I guess it depends on the will of God, or as to where you are, where you're standing, as this firefighter pointed out to us earlier.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify something Commissioner Carrick said.
Mayor Giuliani pointing out that people who are caught in the rubble can stay alive for a while, and he is correct. But rescue workers will tell you that those that have gone through these sorts of circumstances, the first 24 hours are absolutely crucial, and that is why they are working so very long and so very hard. You saw all those workers and members of the fire department pouring through, trying to get through that rubble, even as the press conference was being held. A bit of irony there, because they were discussing the fact that over 300 New York firefighters are now missing, including some of the top brass. And that is an absolutely staggering number. And in the face of those losses, still they labor on. Now, it is the magnitude of this tragedy that causes me to say that 33 New York Police Department officers have been lost, according to the press conference. And that is actually a bit of good news, because it is down from 78. The numbers really make you real. We know that there were 20,000 workers in those buildings earlier today. We know that most of them got out. We also know that some thousands of people are very likely dead there, 800 at the Pentagon. Now, one headline that is critical, we have been saying for a while that there is a rumor going about that Port Authority police had stopped 2 people in a van that was loaded with explosives on the New Jersey side of the George Washington Bridge, attempting to go across the bridge. According to the press conference, Bernard Carrick, police commissioner, saying, indeed, a van was stopped. Indeed, 2 men are being questioned, but no explosives. So let me say that again. No explosives were found in the van. Why they're being questioned, he declined to comment upon. Ashley Banfield is down there in South Manhattan, has been watching all of this go on. It's been a long day, Ashley, and still it goes on.
It's been a really long and difficult day for everybody involved in this tragedy for us. When you just cleared up those numbers, when you said 300 firefighters, it brought to mind one of the expressions that I learned today of the firefighters here in the vicinity. They called it a total recall. All 10,000 firefighters from all 5 boroughs of the New York area called into action, and with the number 300, this is going to touch each and every one of them. That number, of course, would be tonight's number, and who knows what we're going to find by daybreak. If you can look past me, we're at least starting to see through a lot of the smoke that we couldn't see through before. But what you're seeing is only because of generators and spotlights that have been brought in. We've counted over 24 generators, some of them coming in from the U.S. Air Force, to try to light up this area so that emergency workers can continue their work. We've also counted a lot of construction vehicles, front-end loaders, bulldozers, not to mention the dump trucks and the semis that have been brought in to haul out some of this debris. What we have not seen are the vehicles coming back out. We see waves and waves of emergency vehicles coming in from, I'll tell you, the different states, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Many of them telling us that they're just fresh crews going in with no assignment. They don't know what they're about to find in there. They're told just to show up, to get on scene and get their assignments when they get there. Some of the fire crews I spoke with who came out just within the last hour told me that it's a bit like controlled mayhem. There's a lot of people giving orders and very few people who really know what's happening, and so many are just trying to do what they can when they come upon something that they can help out in. But it's very difficult for them to see and find the duty that they need to do right away. From our tour in there earlier, we were in the back of a New York City police cruiser. We could see what looked like, a ghost town. It was a bizarre, eerie, surreal, what seemed like a movie site, because the spotlights were lighting up all of the white ash that was not only covering all of the cars, the vehicles, the buildings, but also the people, the emergency response teams. Some of them were crouched on corners, just trying to get some relief, cool down, or else just get some water, some rest. We talked to a couple of firefighters, 3 of them in fact, that emerged from this line right here. They'd been in there for 12 hours. Not one of them had had a chance to even call their wives to tell them they weren't one of the victims. We gave them our cell phones here so that they could make those phone calls. I heard firsthand the voices at the other end of those phone calls when the line was answered. I've never heard anything like it. Just the unbelievable relief and jubilation that their husbands were okay and that they'd be coming home tonight, if they make it home. I want to play for you a tape that we had earlier with an interview with one of the lieutenants, Pat Clancy, as he was one of the first on the scene. Have a listen to what he had to say about his experience. Pat's been on the scene for 12 hours. He's just come out. You and your 2 colleagues hadn't even been able to call your wives until you reached us here at NBC. We called your wives, said you were okay. You've been there since the beginning. Tell me what happened when you first got on scene.
Well, we're numb. We're just numb. The people I came with went we went to the command post, and we went where one of the towers was, and there was nothing there. We figured there'd be bodies all over, but there was nothing. And maybe it was 2 or 3 stories worth of rubble. There's no words to describe it. We were thinking of movies, books, wars, but there's nothing that we could say. It's going to take a long time to figure it all out.
When you were the first to get on that mound of rubble to search for survivors, anything you could find, what was the most bizarre thing that struck you? That there weren't bodies, or that there was carnage?
Well, we had figured that we'd be seeing people strewn, and we were thinking of we knew there were firefighters there, so that's what was our mission, was to search for firefighters and civilians. And one of the surprising things was that they're buried under 200 stories of building.
You told me earlier that you actually know of some of the deceased firefighters. A chief you mentioned. What else was on the list? What have you been told?
I know some firefighters that they had brothers that were in there, and they know that they're in there.
A number of inspectors, possibly as well.
Chiefs. We have staff chiefs, people that have been in 30 years of fires, and they were there, and there's no word of them coming out.
I just want to let you know as well, Pat Clancy and his 2 colleagues were the ones who told me that they had heard a rumor that 2 police officers were pulled from this wreckage alive, and as it turns out, this is likely the 2 Port Authority officers that we're hearing about now. I want to just come over here. I'm sorry, I don't know your names, but you've been on the scene. You're doctors who've volunteered, is that right? Just quickly tell me your name and tell me what you've seen.
All right, my name is Mike Higbee. What I've seen down there, basically the best way to describe is total chaos.
Were you able to treat anybody? Were you able to help anyone?
Yes, basically it was firefighters mostly. There was no civilians. It was firefighters. They were just coming in for eye irrigations, oxygen, a couple of dehydrations, and that was about it.
We heard earlier that they were sending the doctors away at this point because they simply couldn't find enough people to take to triage to save. Do you know anything about that?
They weren't pulling out bodies. Well, last we heard, about 45 minutes ago, they did find 2 police officers, then it changed to 1. It's, really don't know. But as far as pulling out bodies, nothing's coming out.
You could just quickly tell me your name as well.
Marek Palorda.
And doctor, can you tell me as well, have you heard other doctors being sent away because there just isn't at this time the need for your services?
No, not at all.
Will you be coming back tomorrow to help out with the firefighters as well and with anybody else who might need help?
Yes. Yes, we should be back. Granted that there's no school tomorrow.
Did you just come out because you heard that there was a need? Did you volunteer right away and come down?
Correct, yes.
All right, well, thank you for stopping to talk to us. We appreciate it. Appreciate the work you've done as well. So Forrest, just the latest for you here. As I said before, we've seen a lot of construction vehicles going in, and the word is from some of the firefighters we talked to earlier as well, that what they're going to try to do now is just use the cranes to get the heavy stuff up and off the rubble and start to look for some of the people down below that the reports have come in have been making cell phone calls. Back to you, Forrest.
Ashley Banfield down there in South Manhattan where the work is going on. Thank you very much, Ashley. It is part of the eerie nature of this disaster that there are people who are using their cell phones as they are trapped inside the rubble to call for help. And so we know that there are people alive in there, and that, of course, is just one reason why they are pressing ahead so valiantly. And the number that we got earlier today, and really just a few minutes ago, from Bernard Carrick, the police commissioner, 300 firefighters missing now. These are the people that dived in this morning to try to rescue people in the World Trade Center towers. 33 police officers missing. Staggering numbers, and still the night goes on. Now, this word comes from AP, and we always like to be careful about saying things. I will tell you that back during the Oklahoma City bombing, there was a lot of focus on Middle Eastern terrorism, and a lot of speculation that it may have been caused by that. Turned out to have been, of course, domestic terrorism. But they are driving forward toward linking this to Osama bin Laden here just 14, 15 hours after this all began. And this is because there has been an intercept of communications between Osama's supporters and some of those harrowing cell phone calls that came from victims aboard the jetliners. They are focusing, according to the AP, on Osama supporters in Florida, based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests of the 4 jets that crashed. And they're going to be searching locations in Broward County and in Daytona Beach in central Florida. They believe that these might have links to that supporter who was on the jet manifest. Now, Senator Orrin Hatch, who happens to be the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, says that U.S. intelligence has intercepted communications between Osama's supporters that were discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon. Now, that is not laying credit, and notice the careful way in which it is worded, discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon, and that is all he has had to say. So most certainly, he appears to be emerging as one of the, if not the, prime suspect for masterminding what was certainly a powerfully coordinated attack. Clint Van Zandt with us right now, an FBI profiler who has been studying this. And Clint, does this make sense to you as what I've just passed along?
Well, it does. This is one of the things the FBI will be doing, is trying to cut this investigation up so it's manageable pieces. We're going to have multiple crime scenes, but one of the most important things right now is the manifest. There will be FBI agents poring over the manifest for each of the 4 hijacked planes that we know about, trying to identify who the 3 to 5 potential terrorists were on each plane, and then going back and identifying them, and then we'll be building out. The FBI will start with that person and then build out to who he lives with, who his support group is, and they'll be doing this to identify the various cells. This is probably going to turn out to be an operation of 50 to 100 people, at least inside the United States, with all the logistical support, financial support. These sleepers have been in place quite a while to put this together. At least one person in each hijack group would have had to have trained not necessarily to take off a plane and land a plane, but they'd have to train on a flight simulator so that they could, in fact, take over the controls. So those people will be identified who had that level of training. National Security Agency will be doing the intercepts that you're talking about right now. The FBI, NYPD, and all the other federal agencies will be combining. This is the type of investigation that the FBI is very good at. They will take it down one piece at a time, and this is a group, this is an organization that we have to identify in the United States. We have to tend to wounded, we have to bury our dead, and we have to identify who these terrorists are and not let them drag us down to their level, but bring them up to our level in court, and that's where they belong.
Clint, we're looking at crime scenes in Boston, in New York, in Newark, in Pennsylvania, now Florida. This is a staggeringly complicated investigation.
Well, probably the next largest investigation we had was what you just mentioned, Forrest, during the Oklahoma City bombing. Again, this is something the FBI is very good at. The Bureau's had their problems the last couple of years. They've taken bad press, some of which they deserve. But I really, knowing, having been there for 25 years when I was, the men and women of the FBI, they are best at doing something like this. They will do this country a credible job in this investigation.
What they'll be focusing on in Florida, I gather, is this single person who they have found from the manifest of one of the jets and try to branch out from him.
Yeah, what you'll see is the FBI getting search warrants very quickly. They'll have search warrants. They'll be serving those on property, because what we want to get to is the paper trail, the computer, the telephone records and logs, anything we have that's going to lead the FBI to more people and more people who are involved until we identify everyone in the group in the United States and then take it back to where the genesis of this whole operation began.
Clint Van Zandt, FBI profiler, talking about some information that has just been reported by the Associated Press, that they are looking at a suspect who is on one of the manifests who may have been associated with Osama bin Laden. Once again, to bring you up to the hard information, 300 firefighters missing, 33 police officers missing, and heaven knows how many people missing and possibly trapped in that building. The search and rescue goes on. I step away now. Brian Williams comes in. Our coverage on MSNBC continues.
Know why or how, but there were people falling out of the sky.
Spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die, but nothing this devastating.
We are not used to reporting on targets that were hit and destroyed in this country, but that is precisely what happened, and now it is a new day here in New York. 12:01 a.m. Attack on America is what we are calling our coverage, and that is Lower Manhattan, minus the two familiar spires of the Twin Towers, as they were known, the World Trade Center officially. The two buildings, 110 stories each, home to 50,000 people by day. Buildings so big, they had more telephone exchanges than does the city of Detroit, Michigan. They are no more. The Trade Center was leveled today, hit along with the Pentagon in Washington. The ammunition used in this attack, fully loaded passenger jets prior to transcontinental travel. The news as we come on the air at this hour: 800 feared dead at the Pentagon, 266 people feared dead on the 4 various hijacked aircraft. 300 firefighters feared missing in New York, several of them among management, brass, a lot of police officers as well. Senior U.S. officials letting it be known Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect here. No warning of the attack prior to, apparently. The president tonight, in an address from the Oval Office at 8:30 Eastern Time, vows justice will be done, says government is up and running, and the United States, as it has always done in the past, will recover from this. As for the scene of the damage in Lower Manhattan, it looks for all the world like a moonscape, like light snow is falling at times. The dust, the ash from the fires, the
barricades and get right into the center of the disaster. We have some pictures. You should take a look at these. It is an absolutely frightening scene. Everywhere there is nothing but disaster. There is rubble all around. You're walking through puddles of water and ash and debris, paper, and then there are fire hoses everywhere as there are emergency crews that are hosing down the smoldering remains. And that is all there is, Brian, I must tell you. There are shells. It's like a skeleton of what this area used to be, the heart of the financial district in this country, and some might even say the world. It is just, in many instances, it seems like it's only a memory. The emergency searchlights, they cast an eerie glow over this area. All you see are firefighters literally raking through the remains. And in a miracle of miracles, officials tell us that they have been able to pull 2 people alive from the rubble, 2 Port Authority workers. We were in there just a short while ago, and they say 1 was pulled out, and earlier, some 30 minutes prior to the time that we saw 1 worker come out, a fire official told us they were able to rescue another survivor. It seems like it is something you cannot imagine that anyone would be able to survive this. But as the firefighters said to me, while it may seem hopeless, they refuse to give up hope. They're going inside this building, I should tell you, and there are fires still breaking out everywhere. One firefighter said to me they can only go in for a short amount of time. The heat is so intense, it is pushing them back out because it is unbearable. But the other thing that they say is that this work will go on all night long and certainly for days to come. Brian?
Rahima, we were talking about the outside, the spine, the exterior of the World Trade Center. The metalwork is so familiar with anyone who's been around the building, the way it gets wide and tight and then wide and tight, part of the design down the exterior. So eerie to see it standing and the guts of the building gone around it.
It takes your breath away, Brian, when you're down there because you see gaping holes in what was the World Trade Center and what was the fact that there were buildings that used to stand there. Now it's just, there's nothing there. It's just a skeleton of what it was. It is only a memory. And to think that there might be someone still alive in all of that rubble, again, as I say, it is a miracle of miracles that thus far they have been able to pull out 2 people alive. They were taken to nearby hospitals. We do not know their condition at this moment, but it has given these firefighters hope. The hope, they say, they will not give up, despite how horrible it looks. This is something they're going to go through all night long.
Rahima Ellis, thank you for your reporting tonight. The question, of course, how was this allowed to happen? How is it that 4 passenger jets were hijacked, again, presumably by overseas forces? With a look at that tonight, NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
An attack on America coordinated with military precision. 4 planes, split-second timing, penetration of airports and airspace, no warning.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
The first question tonight, is it over? The terrible answer, despite billions spent on U.S. intelligence, the nation's top experts do not know where or when terrorists will strike next.
The problem is that they are hard to penetrate.
They are located in places that we're very hard-pressed to get any kind of information out of. And as hard as our agencies have tried, they've had some success. You don't hear about that. We only hear about the failure.
Who could have done this? Before today, the worst failure, the attack on 2 U.S. embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Again, perfectly timed, no warning, 224 dead. The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden also involved, U.S. officials say, in helping the man convicted of bombing the World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, 9 years ago, by protecting Youssef before and after that attack.